Chapter 3206. In these past few days, I've been worried that Uncle Master wouldn't be able to come, so I didn't think too much about it. Zen Master Mingyu added, "Let the monastery of Jiangchao bring it on. Our Shao Jin Temple will deal with whatever comes our way. Why should we be afraid of them?" Ha ha ha. That's right, Uncle Master Mingyu. Xingchen laughed when he heard Zen Master Ming use last few words. Exactly. No matter what rules the monastery of Jiangchao sets, they're nothing but ants before the power of our Shao Jin Temple. With that, Xingchen entered the Shao Jin Temple with his head held high. The three disciples of the Transcendence Realm followed him, leaving Zen Master Mingyu and the rest behind. Ha! Uncle Master Xingchen is really straightforward, Ming Fa said enviously. Exactly, Zen Master Mingyu said in a low voice. If Uncle Master can stay at our Shao Jin Temple for a while after the Immortal Buddha ceremony, we'll definitely benefit greatly. But just as Zen Master Mingyu was thinking about how to keep Xingchen, a disciple called out softly from behind him, "Someone seems to be coming from the foot of the mountain." Oh! When Zen Master Mingyu heard this, he hurriedly turned his head. Indeed, there were a few horse carriages slowly approaching the small gold temple on the mountain path about 1 mile away. Beside the horse carriages were several burly men on horseback guarding them. "This is Manager Feng from the Green Pine Drugstore in West Town." Ming Chung looked at him for a moment and said with a smile, "When I passed by the Green Pine Drugstore that day, I heard him mention that the Immortals and Buddha ceremony is a rare event in the Longevity Town. Today, he will definitely come to support the Shao Jin Temple." Zen Master Ming, you didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He naturally understood that in the hearts of the people of Longevity Town, the so-called Immortal Buddha ceremony was no different from ordinary social theater and music performances. Shopkeeper Feng came to support, just to watch the show. Forget it. Since he's here, he's a guest. My Shao Jin Temple can't be too slow. Zen Master Ming waved his hand. Come with me to welcome him. Since Shopkeeper Feng of the Green Pine Medicine Store was here, the shopkeeper of the Sundry Goods Store, the shopkeeper of the Grain and Oil Store, and so on wouldn't be far away. Carriages after carriages and streams of people came from all around Longevity Town towards the little golden temple. By the time the sun was high in the sky, there were already several hundred people gathered around the arena. Looking at the mountain path at the foot of the mountain, there were still many people coming over. Zen Master Ming, you had really underestimated the gimmick of the Immortal Buddha Grand Ceremony. This was especially so when the Immortal Buddha Grand Ceremony included the competition between the Buddhist sect, Confucian cultivators, and Taoist sections. These hundreds of people had long surpassed the usual number of people who came to the Shao Jin Temple to offer incense and worship Buddha. His Shao Jin Temple only had about 30 people. How could it handle this? Fortunately, just as Zen Master Ming was sweating profusely and feeling extremely anxious, Longevity Academy sent over 100 disciples. Under the lead of a teacher, they assisted the Shao Jin Temple in maintaining the order of the ceremony. While Zen Master Ming was extremely grateful, he originally wanted to discuss with the teacher how to assign these disciples to assist the Shao Jin Temple in arranging the hundreds of people. However, the teacher only greeted Zen Master Ming with a smile. After announcing his name, he immediately turned around and instructed the 100 disciples to split into 10 groups and lead the villagers in all directions of the arena. He didn't even bother to discuss with Zen Master Ming. Zen Master Ming was very dissatisfied. This was clearly overstepping one's authority. Where would the Shao Jin Temple put its face? However, in just a moment, the Long Life Academy disciples were divided into groups, each carried out their own duties, commanding the villagers. When they saw the chaotic arena become orderly again, Zen Master Bright Moon revealed a bitter smile. Now, how could he not know that his little golden temple, compared to Long Life Academy, couldn't take a single blow? Not to mention the number of disciples and cultivation, just the experience of dealing with such a big scene was far inferior. Zhu Junfeng suggested that the Immortal Buddha ceremony be held in Shao Jin Temple. On one hand, he wanted to see how Shao Jin Temple would deal with it. On the other hand, he naturally wanted to see Shao Jin Temple make a fool of itself. Fortunately, Zen Master Mingyu smiled bitterly and rejoiced at the same time. This seat has always respected Longevity Academy. Moreover, Longevity Academy doesn't need any incense. Between them, it can be considered harmonious. This is why Zhu Junfeng was able to send disciples over to assist. Although Longevity Academy is strong, today is the Immortal Buddhist ceremony. It's not a big deal for them to cover up my Shao Jin Temple's brilliance. Immortal Buddha, Longevity Academy is in front of my Shao Jin Temple. Regardless of whether it was Zen Master Ming Yu's self-deception or Longevity Academy's overstepping one's authority, the order in front of the arena gradually improved. Even though there were many villagers who came later, they were all led to an orderly place by the Longevity Academy disciples. Naturally, the villagers in front of the arena weren't all kind people. Some of them didn't accept the arrangement and stood in a bad position. It was inevitable that there would be some complaints and conflicts. Longevity Academy's disciples didn't show any mercy to these people. They either subdued them or chased them away. Zen Master Ming Yu and the others were envious of their ruthless methods. In the eyes of the Buddhist monks, these people were pilgrims and parents of food and shelter. However, in the eyes of the disciples, they were troublemakers. They could use any means to deal with them. There were even some ruffians who didn't look like they were here to watch the competition. When they saw the Academy's disciples, they didn't even go near them. They stayed far away and turned around. The crowd was weaving. When the sun was high up in the sky, there was already a black mass of heads in front of the arena. The people at the front came early. Some brought their own chairs and stools. Even if the people at the back brought some, their line of sight was blocked by the people at the front. When they sat down, they couldn't see the arena clearly. Zen Master Ming Yu took a look and got a fright. Weren't there close to 2,000 people here to watch the show? Amitabha. If these people come to my little gold temple, everyone will burn incense for the Buddha and give a copper coin to the little gold temple. Zen Master Ming Yu couldn't help but think. Just as Zen Master Ming Yu's imagination was running wild, Ming Fa ran over and whispered, "Senior Brother Abbot, no one from Longevity Academy and Jiangchao Temple has come yet." "It's fine," Zen Master Ming Yu smiled and said, "Longevity Academy's disciples are here. How could Erdeen not come? As for Jiangchao Temple, I forgot that Shao Jian and I didn't agree on a time. That guy is so sinister. He will not come, right?" When he finished speaking, Zen Master Ming Yu's expression almost changed. If Jiangchao Temple didn't come, wouldn't this arena become a joke? These few days, he was jealous of Jiangchao Temple and worried that Xing Chun hadn't come yet. This made Zen Master Ming Yu a bit flustered. Buzz, buzz. A slight buzzing sound came from the horizon. Zen Master Ming Yu's ears twitched, and a look of joy appeared on his face. He looked up and saw a few figures flying towards him with flashing sword lights in the distance. Amitabha, Longevity Academy's people are here. Zen Master Ming Yu put his palms together and said with a smile, "The Confucian cultivators are here. This Immortal Buddha ceremony can begin. As for Jiangchao Temple's Taoists, if they don't come, it can only be said that they fled before the battle. There's nothing to fear." As he spoke, Zen Master Ming Yu tapped the monk's staff in his hand and was about to activate this Buddhist artifact to bring him up into the sky. However, from the little gold temple's mountain gate behind Zen Master Ming Yu, a few loud and clear Buddhist chants came. "Amitabha, excellent, excellent. Martial Nephew Ming Yu, hurry up and welcome the Confucian cultivators." "Yes, Martial Uncle Xing Chun." Zen Master Ming Yu was overjoyed. Using the flying technique in front of so many people would be the center of attention. It would be of great significance to the little gold temple's reputation in the future. He could almost imagine the kind of longing these good men and women would have when they came to the little gold temple to worship Buddha and fulfill their vows. However, before he could activate his telekinesis, a few excited donkey cries came from the mountain path at the bottom of the hill. Soon after, a hoarse voice with the same excitement faintly sounded. Zen Master Ming Yu couldn't hear what the voice was saying, but he had a bad feeling in his heart because the voice was very familiar. Wasn't it Taoist Xiao Jian from Jiangshao Temple? Sure enough, when he looked up, on the mountain path far away, a lame donkey was pulling a broken carriage. In front of the carriage was Yuanya. He held a small whip in his hand and was trying his best to control the small broken carriage to move towards the little gold temple. After Yuanya was naturally Xiao Jian. He was standing on the carriage and waving his hand at Zen Master Mingyu. Sigh. Zen Master Mingyu sighed. Is this the Taoist's honor? How shameful. Ming Chung, go and welcome them. Anyway, they're here for the immortal Buddhist ceremony. Our little gold temple can't be impolite. Unfortunately, before Ming Chung could speak, Xing Chen's instructions rang in Zen Master Mingyu's ears. Sigh. The Taoist sect has fallen to such a state. How can they be a match for our Buddhism sect? Forget it. Nephew Mingyu, go and welcome them. Anyway, they're here for the immortal Buddhist ceremony. Our little gold temple can't be impolite. Yes, yes. Zen Master Mingyu opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but when he saw Xing Chun fly up from the mountain gate with Xing Kong, Xing Min, and Xing Fan, the crowd of nearly 2,000 people was in an uproar. Everyone exclaimed, and many people even knelt on the ground and shut their mouths helplessly. Zen Master Mingyu waved his hand and shouted, Ming Fa, Ming Chung, follow me down the mountain to welcome the Taoist sect of Jiangshao Temple. When you see them in the arena later, don't hold back. Beat them into a pig's head for me. Yes, senior brother. Seeing that Zen Master Mingyu was so angry that he spoke like that, Ming Fa and Ming Chung didn't dare to not answer loudly. Zen Master Mingyu strode down the mountain. The mountain path that had been watered and cleaned long ago was already covered in dust after being trampled by 2,000 people, staining the lower hem of the Zen Master's brand-new monk robe. The little stains were hard to hide, just like Zen Master Mingyu's mood. However, seeing that the donkey carriage was approaching, Zen Master Mingyu took a deep breath and passed his monk's staff to Ming Chung. He put his palms together and bowed. Taoist Xiao, I represent the Buddhism sect to welcome the Taoist sect to the immortal Buddhist ceremony of the Buddhism sect and the Confucian cultivators. Chapter 3207. You. Just as Monk Mingyu was bowing, not only did the donkey cart not stop, it even sped up. Yuanya hurriedly pulled on the reins of the lame donkey and shouted loudly, wanting to stop the donkey cart. Yuanya's strength was extremely great. Slurp. The reins caused great pain to the lame donkey. It couldn't help but raise its front legs and neighed loudly. It sounded as if it was replying to Monk Mingyu's words. The donkey cart's sudden movement caused the people on the cart to lose their balance. Xiao Jian stood on the cart and couldn't help but stagger. He jumped off the donkey cart and landed on the ground. He hurriedly cupped his hands and said, I don't dare. I'm just a small Taoist and can't represent my Taoism. But today, for the survival of my Taoism, I still dare to pay a visit to Xiao Jin Temple. Xiao Jian's voice wasn't soft, but it was hard to hear because of the donkey's neighing. Go to hell. Yuanya, who was holding the reins, saw the lame donkey struggling and couldn't help but get angry. He shook the reins and jumped off the cart, kicking the lame donkey's butt. Yuanya's strength was extremely great. Slurp, the lame donkey cried out in pain. It was kicked to the side of the mountain path by Yuanya and fell to the ground along with the cart. Xiaohua, who was sitting cross-legged at the back of the cart, calmly jumped off the cart. Although his figure was strong and healthy, one couldn't see anything special about him. Damn it! Xiao Jian originally had the look of an expert as he politely bowed to Zen Master Mingyu. When he saw this, his expression changed drastically as he cursed. Yeah, this is the donkey cart that I borrowed from the tea house at the foot of the mountain. This donkey is worth a lot of money. If you break it, how am I going to compensate the tea house's boss? Hearing this, Yuanya didn't say anything. Monk Mingyu's face turned green. He glanced at Ming Chung, who understood and said with a smile, Taoist Xiao, don't bother about the donkey cart. Let's hurry up the mountain. It's already late, The immortal Buddhist ceremony should start. The competition on the stage has already made people look forward to it. Io, that's right. When Xiao Jian heard this, he came to his senses and shouted, "That's right, yeah? Hurry and move the donkey cart to the side. In a while, you'll be competing with these monks on stage. Remember, since we came here today, we don't plan to go back. After we get the arena, we will take this little gold temple under our Jiangshao temple." Is this a donkey cart? It's fine if you don't want it. Master, on the other side, Yuanya had already raised the donkey cart with one hand. The lame donkey was also obedient now. It shyly moved to Yuanya's side and actually licked his hand. Unfortunately, Yuanya slapped the donkey's head to the side and answered Xiao Jian. "This donkey cart is worth a few coins. Although Xiao Jin Temple has some copper coins, we can't live extravagantly." Zen Master Ming Yu was so angry that his nose was about to become crooked. He looked around and saw that there weren't many villagers from Longevity Town. Thus, he sneered, "Xiao Jian, are you daydreaming? Do you think this penniless monk doesn't know what you and your disciple are capable of? You, a new Taoist disciple, want to chase this poor monk away from Longevity Town? Why don't we wait and see?" Xiao Jian laughed loudly. "However, this old man feels that you should ask Ming Fa about this. He seems to be more confident than you. This penniless monk only knows that he can give you a black eye." Ming Fa's gaze naturally avoided Xiao Hua. He coldly looked at Xiao Jian and shouted, "If you have the ability, why don't you come to the arena with this penniless monk?" "Haha, of course. In a while, I will see you on the arena." Xiao Jian waved his hand and looked at the crowd in the distance. He smiled and said, "Ming Yu, why aren't you bringing this penniless monk to the arena? Is this how your little gold temple treats its guests?" "Oomph." Zen Master Ming Yu gritted his teeth hatefully. However, he still put his palms together and said, "Ba, Daoist Xiao has come like this." As he spoke, he took the monk's staff from Ming Chung and led the way without looking back. He led Xiao Jian and the other two up the mountain path. In the sky, Xing Chan was flying in front. When he saw the faces of Mo, Jianli, and the others, he unconsciously narrowed his eyes. These people's cultivation was about the same as his, but Mo Jianli was obviously much younger than him. The hidden immortal continent was indeed full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. However, when he thought of Ling Chen's powerful Buddhist awareness that made him feel suffocated, he sneered in his heart. He stopped in midair, put his palms together, and saluted. "Xing Chun of the Cloud Forest Temple and my three junior brothers, Xing Kong, Xing Min, and Xing Fan, greet fellow immortals of Confucian cultivation. We don't dare." Mo Jianli was originally behind Zhu Junfeng. When he saw that it was not Ming Yu who flew out of the little gold temple, but an old monk with second stage elemental energy, he immediately flew out from behind Zhu Junfeng and bowed. "I am Mo Jianli of the Chongyan sect. I bring my three junior nephews, Qiu Jian, Li Mo Ming, and Ji Dong, as well as Zhu Junfeng and Tain of the Longevity Academy. Greetings, fellow immortals of the Cloud Forest Temple." When the Confucian cultivators and the Buddhist cultivators met, they greeted each other and exchanged greetings. Zhu Junfeng looked at Zen Master Ming Yu, who was leading Xiao Jian up the mountain gate of the little gold temple and the villagers below the stage. He took half a step forward and said respectfully, "I am Zhu Junfeng of the Longevity Academy. On behalf of the Longevity Academy, I welcome Senior to the Longevity Town to participate in the Immortal Buddha ceremony." "Haha, Junior Zhu." Xing Chun smiled and said, "I have heard of Principal Zhu's name before I came to the Longevity Town. In these few years, the Longevity Academy has not only supported the Little Gold Temple, but also sent out students to help the Little Gold Temple today. That's why Ming Yu did not make a fool of herself. On behalf of the Cloud Forest Temple, I have to thank the Longevity Academy. Seeing that the immortals and Buddhists of the Longevity Town are getting along so well, in 10 or 20 years, I will still come to the Longevity Town to participate in the Immortal Buddhist ceremony." "Haha, if Senior is so considerate, The Longevity Academy will invite Senior to the Longevity Town to participate in the Immortal Buddha ceremony every 10 years. Zhu Junfeng said with a smile. Yes, that's how it should be. Xing Chen also clapped his hands. In the future, every 10 years, I will also ask Mingyu to send an invitation to fellow Immortal Mo. You and I will come together. Ah, well said, well said. Mo Jianli did not like to argue with Xingchen. He laughed dryly and looked at Xiao Jian, who had not yet reached the mountain gate. He waved his hand and said, Martial Nephew Junfeng, you go ahead with Martial Nephew Mingyue and hold the Immortal Buddha ceremony. I have a few words with fellow Immortal Xingchen. Yes, Jun, your uncle. Zhu Junfeng agreed and cupped his hands at Xing Chun and the others. Then, he flew through the crowd with Mr. Tai and landed on the arena. Greetings, sir. As soon as Zhu Junfeng and Mr. Tai landed, hundreds of disciples shouted in unison. It was such a spectacular sight that a few people almost collapsed on the ground. Ha, you have worked hard. Zhu Junfeng was as elegant as jade. He raised his hand and gestured to his surroundings. From the looks of it, he was even more like an abbot than Zen Master Mingyu. President Zhu, a loud voice came from below the arena. I haven't seen you in a long time. I heard that the Tidal River Temple will be challenging the Shao Jin Temple and the Longevity Academy today. You won't be joining in, will you? Haha, so it's shopkeeper Zhang. Zhu Junfeng glanced at him and said kindly, It's just a spar. I'm afraid it's not my turn to fight. Of course, if you need me to fight, I will not be stingy. I will not hide anything. Because my Longevity Academy is Longevity Town's Academy. Longevity Academy students are Longevity Town students. This Zhu is also a citizen of Longevity Town. Good, well said. Before Zhu Junfeng's voice landed, countless applause and cheers rang out. Many of the villagers who had never seen the methods of Confucianism before looked at Zhu Junfeng with pious eyes. They had long regarded Zhu Junfeng as an immortal who had descended to the mortal world. At this moment, Zen Master Ming, you had already arrived at the mountain gate. He had already heard Zhu Junfeng's words, and the anger in his heart was even more depressing than when he heard Xiao Jian's arrogant words. If Zen Master Ming Yu's nose was crooked from anger just now, he would be fuming with rage right now. Zhu Junfeng's words and the Shao Jin Temple's efforts were covered up. Wasn't the Shao Jin Temple doing all the work for others? Who was the abbot of the Shao Jin Temple? Unfortunately, Zen Master Ming Yu could not get angry. He could only put on a fake smile and wait patiently for the pig-like Xiao Jian to catch up. Martial Uncle Xingchen's words last night were right. At this moment, Zen Master Ming Yu was completely convinced. He originally thought that since Changsheng Academy was a Confucian cultivator, they would at least know more about etiquette than Jiangchao Temple. However, now that they had shown their etiquette, it was clear what they were thinking. Of course, Zhu Junfeng raised his hand again and smiled. Today, Shao Jin Temple is hosting the ceremony. Longevity Academy is also here as a guest. On behalf of Longevity Academy, I would like to thank the Buddhist sect, the disciples of Shao Jin Temple, and Zen Master Mingyu for your hard work and effort. Amitabha Buddha is merciful. Fortunately, although the 30 or so monks' chants were not as loud as Longevity Academies, they were still uniform. It was obvious that they had practiced this countless times. Amitabha. Many of the villagers who came to participate in the ceremony were also devotees of Shao Jin Temple. There were even some who had been instructed by Zen Master Ming Yu many times. When they heard the monks speak, they naturally echoed. The entire scene was finally harmonious in Zen Master Ming Yu's eyes. Buddha is merciful. At this moment, Zen Master Ming Yu had just reached the mountain gate. He lightly tapped the staff in his hand and activated the telekinesis in his body. An extremely faint cloud appeared under the staff and wrapped around Zen Master Ming Yu's feet. Then, as Zen Master Ming Yu raised his hand and lowered his head to chant Buddha's name, he slowly flew toward the arena. Buddha is merciful. Zen Master Ming Yu usually did not reveal his Buddhist cultivation. When he suddenly flew from a mountain gate to the arena, many devotees were stunned. Then a commotion broke out. In just a moment, many people lowered their heads and chanted Buddha's name with Zen Master Mingyu. Chapter 3208. Welcome, Principal Zhu and Mr. Tan, to my Shao Jin Temple for the Immortal Buddha ceremony. Zen Master Mingyu landed on the arena gracefully and bowed to Zhu Junfeng and Mr. Tai. Greetings, Zen Master Mingyu. Zhu Junfeng and Mr. Tai, and naturally returned the greeting. Zen Master Mingyu glanced at Xingqian and Mo Jianli, who were still discussing in midair, then faced the audience and said with a smile, "It's a pity that my Shao Jin Temple is lacking in manpower, and this is the first time we're holding such a grand Immortal Buddha ceremony. It can't be compared to Chongqing Academy at all." Benefactors who went to Chongqing Academy to participate in the Immortal Buddha ceremony 10 years ago might not have said it out loud, but I'm sure you're already grumbling about how stingy my Shao Jin Temple is, right? Boom! There was a burst of laughter below the arena. Everyone had a kind smile on their faces. They didn't think too much about the competition between Confucian cultivators and Buddhists. Although my Shao Jin Temple didn't do well today, with the help of Chongqing Academy, I think my Shao Jin Temple will do better and better. Zen Master Mingyu continued. After 10 years, 20 years, or even 50 years, my Shao Jin Temple will definitely give all of you a perfect Immortal Buddha ceremony. Clap, clap. There was another round of applause below the arena. Zhu Junfeng didn't care about Zen Master Mingyu's tit-for-tat words. He also raised his hand and clapped with a warm smile on his face. Of course, the so-called Immortal Buddha ceremony is to commemorate the friendship between us Confucian cultivators and Buddhists. This friendship was also tested in the fight against the enemy. Now, the hidden immortal continent, the Western Paradise, and the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm are the proof of this precious friendship. Although time will pass, although you and I will grow old, although the sun and moon will change, this friendship will never change. Holding the ceremony every 10 years is to remind us juniors that the peace of the 3 continents was not easy to come by. Not only must we not forget the blood, sweat, and sacrifice of our seniors, we must also work together, through thick and thin, to build the 3 continents into a more prosperous place. Zen Master Mingyu is not done yet, so he spoke in a loud and impassioned voice. Prosperous, high in the sky, Missouri gently whispered something to Xingqian while paying attention to the movements in the arena. When he heard Zen Master Mingyu say this word, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, as if he wanted to laugh. But after a while, he forced himself to hold back and said, "Fellow immortal Xingqian, your Cloud Forest Temple has been developing rapidly in the country of Shi these years. My Chongyin sect is truly envious. Perhaps one day, your Yunlin Temple will also become a scene of prosperity." Xingqian raised his eyebrows and glanced at Zen Master Mingyu, whose face was flushed red, and said with a fake smile, "This is not because my Yunlin Temple is developing well, but because the people of the country of Shi like my Buddhism sect and need my Buddhism sect. My Buddha is merciful. My Buddhism sect does not develop on its own and does not feel the need of others. Only when my Buddhism sect is needed, my Buddha will be there to solve the needs of the people. If one day, the people of Longevity Town say that we do not need Buddhism sect's illumination, that we do not need Buddha salvation, then my Yunlin Temple will immediately evacuate the disciples of Shao Jin Temple and return the Shao Jin Temple to Longevity Town." Mo Jianli only said one sentence, but Xingqian actually said so many philosophical words, he did not know how to feel. He smiled faintly and said, "Whether your Buddhism sect disciples evacuate or not, perhaps it is up to the Yunlin Temple to decide, or perhaps it is up to the Rivertide Temple to decide. Either way, it is not up to me to decide. Just now, I have already told Fellow Immortal about the news my Chong Yun sect received. Although Fellow Immortal did not say it clearly, I feel that the news Yunlin Temple received should be similar to that of my Chong Yun sect. Right?" "That's right." Hearing that Mo Jianli was talking about business, Xingqian stopped arguing with Mo Jianli. He nodded and said, I came here for the same reason as you, fellow immortal Mo. We are here because of the vague news that the monster is going to massacre the town of Longevity. Also, just last night, my Shao Jin Temple's disciples met with a strange thing. Oh, what is it? Mo Jinli's eyes lit up and said hurriedly, Could it be that you have found out the truth? Although not yet, but it is close. Xingqian nodded and then told him about Minister Hao's family. Hearing this, Mo Jinli was stunned and looked up with a strange expression. It was Xiao Hua, who had followed Xiao Jian to the front of the arena, his eyes fixed on the arena, and asked curiously, Fellow immortal Mo, are you talking about this person? He should be. Xingqian smiled and said, Besides Xiao Jian and Yuanya, isn't there only one person in the Rivertide Temple? Who else could it be? It seems that fellow immortal Mo has hidden himself well. Mo Jinli nodded slightly and said, Although I heard that there were miracles in the Rivertide Temple, I always thought that it was caused by the elixirs that Taoist Xiao had. If it is as fellow immortal Mo said, then I have to look at Taoist Xiao in a new light. Taoist disciples have risen from the ashes for a long time, and there have been many in the past, right? They are just decorations for the immortal Buddha ceremony, so you don't have to care about them. Xingqian said with a smile. Well, let's not talk about the Rivertide Temple. Mo Jinli looked away and said, I came to Rivertide Town a few days ago, and I met with something in the Liao River outside the town. Then Mo Jinli told Xingqian about the Liao River, and then he pointed at Xiao Jian, who was in the arena, and said with a smile, The next day, those fishermen went to the Rivertide Temple and reconstructed the so-called golden body of the sea god. Humph, they are all fools. The so-called sea god is just a clay statue, and there is no Buddha. Xingqian sneered and said with disdain. However, he stopped when he saw Mo Jinli's expression change. Mo Jinli was no match for Xingqian when it came to a battle of words, but now they were fighting against an unknown monster together. He could not let others have a bad impression of him. Therefore, he changed the topic and said, How could it be as miraculous as the disciples of the immortal Buddha sect? However, if what fellow immortal Mo said is true, could it be that the monster is a member of the water tribe? Very likely. Mo Jinli nodded and said, But after that day, I took 2 martial nephews along the river for hundreds of miles, and we didn't find anything. However, according to what fellow immortal Mo said, the ordinary monsters near Jiangsheng town have all escaped. Maybe it is really a member of the water tribe in the river. Well, since we have found the monster's location, after today's immortal Buddha ceremony, we will search along the river again. Your divine eye and spiritual sense are marvelous, and my Buddha sense is also good at observing the subtle. We should be able to find something. Okay, as fellow immortal Mo said. Mo Jinli clapped his hands and said with a smile, Let's go and see if the immortal Buddha ceremony of the Shao Jin Temple is different from the one of the Changsheng Academy. Please. Xingqian raised his hand and said with a smile, I am a host. Please forgive me if I don't treat you well. Ha ha ha, please. Mo Jinli also laughed, and several people controlled the clouds and sword lights to land on the arena. Zen Master Ming Yu flew onto the arena with the help of his staff. Xiao Jian, who was behind him, was displeased. He looked around and found no ladder. The arena was 6 feet high. How could he get onto it? Senior Xiao. Xiao Jian naturally thought of Xiao Hua first. He turned around and called out. However, behind Xiao Jian, Xiao Hua stood there in a daze. His eyes stared straight at the extremely ordinary arena. He turned a deaf ear to Xiao Jian's words. Senior Xiao? Xiao Jian called out again, but Xiao Hua still ignored him. Xiao Jian did not dare to say any more. He roared at Yuanya, who was behind Xiao Hua. Why are you dying behind Senior Xiao? Quick, get Master onto the arena. Yes, Master. Yuanya answered and ran in front of Xiao Jian. He looked at the edge of the arena and called out, Master, come here. Disciple can throw you onto the arena. Throw? Xiao Jian looked at the somewhat tall arena. He clenched his teeth and said, Fine. Throw then throw. Anyway, this is the only time I will lose face. After the competition, this Shao Jin temple will belong to this old man. This old man will be the first to break this arena. As he spoke, Shao Jin walked in front of Yuanya. He closed his eyes and waited for Yuanya to throw him onto the arena. The arena of martial arts competition. Stage, the stage of village opera, Lu Town, Piamiao sect. Xiao Hua stood at the mountain gate. When he saw the arena for the first time, a kind of incomparable familiarity emerged from the bottom of his heart. Scenes of extremely familiar scenes appeared in his mind. A small child waving the clumsy and specious Big Dipper god fist on the arena, fighting with several monks in all seriousness. That childish face was filled with seriousness and longing. Immediately after, there was another huge stage. On it, there were several people dressed in opera costumes singing. Immediately after, there were several indistinct punches and kicks. Zhang Xiaohua. Oh, Zhang Xiaohua. So you were so cute when you were young. So stubborn. So righteous. Xiaohua's eyes could not help but heat up. Lutao, my hometown. Perhaps it is in this hidden, immortal continent. In his memory, he had never seen this arena in the Donrain continent. Moreover, the Donrain continent did not have anything like a stage. There was also no cultivation sect or Buddhist sect called Piamiao sect. It seems like this Xiao was sent back to his hometown by fate's hands. Only I don't know which country this Lu town is in and which province it is in. When Shao Jin walked in front of Yuanya and waited for Yuanya to throw him onto the arena, the corner of Xiao Hua's mouth rose again. He laughed and said, Zhang Xiaohu, haha, that is my second brother. Back then, he seemed to have thrown me into the ring just like that. The liveliness of the Shao Jin Temple's arena made Xiao Hua think of many familiar scenes. Naturally, he did not hear Ming Fa's soft reminder when he walked to his side. Daoist Xiao, seeing that Shao Jin actually wanted Yuanya to throw him onto the arena, Zen Master Ming did not know whether to laugh or cry. Isn't this looking for trouble with the Shao Jin Temple? Isn't this silently telling others that the Taoist branch of the River Tide Temple received unfair treatment in the Shao Jin Temple? Thus, Zen Master Ming hurriedly shouted, there is a ladder behind the arena that leads to the arena. Chapter 3209. Why didn't you say so earlier? Are you trying to make a joke out of this old man? What kind of attitude is this? Shao Jin snorted in annoyance and hurriedly looked behind the stage that was covered by a cloth. Unfortunately, the cloth was very tight, and he couldn't see it clearly with the naked eye. Daoist Xiao, please come over here. A scholar with delicate features came out from behind the stage and said with a smile, Hee, thank you, young master. Shao Jin cupped his hands and said casually, Longevity Academy students are really sensible. Compared to the monks of Small Gold Temple, you are many times better. In the future, when this old man is in charge of Small Gold Temple, this Small Gold Temple will become Small Gold Temple. I will definitely invite Longevity Academy's students to eat and drink at Small Gold Temple for 3 days. That student smiled faintly and didn't reply. He led Shao Jin and Yuanya to the ladder behind the stage that was covered by the cloth and cupped his hands before turning to leave. Benefactors on the stage, Zen Master Mingyu ignored Shao Jin and said with a smile, I believe that some benefactors already know that today's immortal Buddha ceremony is different from 10 years ago. The difference is that there is a Taoist sect in Longevity Town's Jiangshao Ridge who wants to challenge Small Gold Temple's Buddhist sect. Furthermore, if any benefactors were present that day, they would know that this challenge was initiated by Taoist Shao Jian from Jiangshao Monastery. That day, this old monk went to Longevity Town to look for Principal Zhu of Longevity Academy to discuss with him about today's immortal Buddha ceremony. Since this old monk saw that Jiangshao Monastery had such ambitions, this old monk decided to push this competition to today. Principal Zhu also passed by that day and decided on today's event on the spot, as well as the competition between Small Gold Temple and Jiangshao Monastery. Zen Master Mingyu is right. Zhu Junfeng didn't miss the opportunity to say, in this year's immortal Buddhist ceremony, other than the cultivation of Confucian cultivators and Buddhist sects, there will also be a competition between Buddhist and Taoist sects. The price of this competition was decided 10 days ago. Whichever sect loses the competition will disappear from Longevity Town. All right, below the stage, there were already people who weren't afraid of things getting out of hand. No matter what purpose they had, their faces were filled with fanaticism and excitement. From the looks of it, there was no shortage of people who came to watch the show. Only my small gold temple has the geographical advantage, and Immortal Academy has also come to participate. That is why this poor monk has given the authority to set the rules to River Tide Temple's Taoist priest Shao. Today, I asked Taoist priest Shao to explain it in front of all these benefactors. When Zen Master Ming saw Shao Jian walk up to the arena, he chuckled and said, "Let's see if the rules are fair." Good. Below the arena, a few elders clapped and said, Zen Master Mingyu is indeed an upright person. He doesn't bully others. I greet Principal Zhu. Shao Jian walked up the stage and cupped his hands towards Zhu Junfeng. Zhu Junfeng naturally did not dare to be negligent and also cupped his hands in return. Following which, Shao Jian walked up 2 steps and stood side by side with Zen Master Mingyu and the others. He cupped his hands towards the surroundings again, as if he wasn't uneasy at all. He smiled and said, "Benefactors, my River Tide Temple doesn't have many people. Including I, there are only 3 people. Benefactors, you must be a witness for my River Tide Temple. Don't let this small gold temple shamelessly refuse to leave after our River Tide Temple wins." Ha ha ha. Below the stage, everyone roared with laughter. Don't worry. If small gold temple loses and they don't leave, we will chase them away for you. That's good. This way I can be at ease. Shao Jian bowed towards the crowd and said, "Now, I will announce the rules of the competition and let everyone see if it is fair." Good. Below the stage, everyone shouted in unison. Shao Jian glanced at Zen Master Mingyu and Zhu Junfeng and said, "My River Tide Temple doesn't have many people, and Small Gold Temple doesn't have many people. If my River Tide Temple were to compete with Small Gold Temple, it would be fine. However, Chongqing Academy actually has over 1,000 people. If all of them participate," without waiting for Shao Jian to finish, Zhu Junfeng immediately waved his hand and said, "Taoist Shao, don't worry. My Chongqing Academy only has 131 people. If you say how many people you want to send, my Chongqing Academy will send that many people." That's good. Shao Jian nodded. "I feel that Small Gold Temple and Chongqing Academy should send 10 people each." Oh, Zen Master Ming, you looked at Zhu Junfeng. He originally thought that Shao Jian would ask Small Gold Temple and Chongqing Academy to send 3 people each. He was already prepared to refute. He didn't expect Shao Jian to agree to Small Gold Temple and Chongqing Academy sending 10 people each. It was really unexpected. Zhu Junfeng smiled. "Even if there are 10 people, your River Tide Temple will only send 3. Wouldn't you be at a disadvantage?" "There is no other way," Shao Jian said helplessly. "It is the immortal Buddhist ceremony. Naturally, Confucian cultivators and Buddhist sects will be the main participants. My Taoist sect will only be there for decoration." "Fine." Zen Master Mingyu nodded. "Then how should we compete?" "Very simple." Shao Jian raised his voice. "Our 3 sects will list out the names of the participants and announce it on the spot. Then, they will go up the stage according to the order from first to last. Of course, only 2 people can compete on the stage. The order will be Confucian, Buddhist, and Taoist. Whichever sect's disciple loses, the next sect's disciple will go up. Of course, if this disciple loses, he will lose the right to fight again. The next disciple will wait for his sect's turn to go up the stage. In the end, whichever sect's disciple stays on the stage will win. Of course, my River Tide Temple and Small Gold Temple, whichever sect's disciple loses first will lose the challenge and disappear from Chongqing town. I'll say something. Zhu Junfeng waited for Xiao Jian to finish before saying with a smile. Daoist Zhao's method seems fair, but there are still some drawbacks. If my Longevity Academy and Xiao Jin Temple work together, wouldn't your River Tide Temple suffer a great loss? One of your disciples is going to deal with two of our disciples. I believe in Chongsheng Academy. Xiao Jian smiled. If I don't believe in Chongqing Academy in Chongqing town, who can I believe in? Good. Zhu Junfeng clapped. Since Daoist Xiao believes in my Chongqing Academy, I will also represent Chongqing Academy to explain to the people of Chongqing town that my Chongqing Academy will definitely not cheat for personal gain and will definitely not show mercy in the competition. Good, I will testify. Everyone below the stage clamored loudly. Daoist Xiao, are you at ease? Monk Mingyu sneered. Xiao Jian laughed. I have always believed in Chongsheng Academy. Since Daoist Xiao believes in me, then I still have to say a few words. Zhu Junfeng continued. The key to the competition is Small Gold Temple and River Tide Temple. Therefore, the order should be Buddhist, Taoist, and Confucian. My Chongsheng Academy, fighting with whoever is first, is unfair to them. Daoist Xiao, don't you agree? That's right. Principal Zhu is right. I really didn't think that much. Xiao Jian slapped his forehead and said, I was thinking about how to arrange the three people of River Tide Temple so that they wouldn't be at a disadvantage. I really didn't think about this. If Daoist Xiao has no objections, then let's use this order. Zhu Junfeng smiled. Chongsheng Academy has no objections to the other rules. What about Monk Mingyu? Ba. I have no objections. Principal Zhu is right. Monk Mingyu said with a smile. Good, since that's the case, I will go and prepare the name list for the competition. Zhu Junfeng clapped. How about letting the disciples prepare for the ceremony? Good, that's how it should be. Monk Mingyu looked up and saw Xing Chun, Imo Jianli, and the others flying over. He smiled and said, It's a good opportunity for the seniors to be our reference. Then Monk Mingyu tapped his staff and said, Principal Zhu, please. I will go down with Daoist Xiao. Zhu Junfeng did not activate his sword light, but smiled and said to Xiao Jian, Then let's go down together. Monk Mingyu nodded slightly. After the five of them left the arena, Xiao Jian looked up at the two sheds on both sides of the arena and said with a smile, Lord Abbot, may I know where the disciples of River Tide Temple are resting? Which of these two sheds is? River Tide Temple only has 3 people. Please come to my Xiao Jin Temple's mountain gate to rest. Zen Master Ming Yu said faintly. After the immortal Buddhist ceremony, I will see you on the arena. Mingyu, aren't you going too far? Xiao Jian was furious. Daoist Xiao, if you don't mind, why don't you come to my Chongqing Academy shed? Zhu Junfeng quickly said. No need. Xiao Jian shook his head and said, After today, this Xiao Jin Temple will belong to my Taoist sect. Who would have the patience to mess with the Buddhist sect now? Then he waved his hand and said to Yuanya, Yuanya, bring the donkey cart here. We can't let the rent of 3 copper coins go to waste. This old man will rest on the donkey cart. Zhu Junfeng laughed and brought Mr. Tai into the shed under the guidance of the students. Monk Mingyu smiled coldly and left without paying attention to Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian turned around and walked towards the Xiao Jin Temple's mountain gate in anger. Yuanya quickly ran toward the mountain path beside the mountain gate. That lame donkey was tied to a tree beside the path. Senior, what are you looking at? Seeing Xiao Hua standing there and looking at the arena, Xiao Jian was puzzled and asked in a low voice, What is there to look at in this arena? Is this kind of arena common in hidden immortal continent? Xiao Hua asked in a low voice. Naturally, it is very common. Xiao Jian nodded and said, As long as there's a fight, it will be on the arena. Oh, then have you heard of Lu Town and Piamiao sect? Xiao Hua asked again. Lu Town? Piamiao sect? Xiao Jian thought for a moment and shook his head. Disciple has not heard of it. However, there are countless villages and towns in hidden immortal continent. Even if Disciple does not know, Disciple can guarantee that if there are not 20 Lu towns in Hidden Immortal Continent, there are at least 10. I just don't know which Lu town you are talking about. As for Piao Miao sect, Disciple is not particularly familiar with Confucian sects and cannot casually say, "Oh." Xiaohua also did not think that he would be able to find it so quickly and only lightly nodded his head. "That's right, senior. Did you see those people in the air just now?" Xiao Jian winked at Xiaohua and said in a low voice, "How is it?" Chapter 32:10. Nothing. Xiaohua spat out these 3 words, then turned around and walked towards the donkey cart that Yuanya brought over. Xiao Jian suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and quickly followed behind Xiaohua. He looked at the gate of the small gold temple as if he was looking at his own home. In just half a cup of tea's time, Xing Kong and Xing Min from the Cloud Forest Temple, along with 10 monks from the small gold temple, walked onto the stage. The 10 monks sat cross-legged on the stage with a wooden fish in their hands. One of their hands tapped lightly, and the other hand placed in front of their chest while chanting. As the monks chanted, the entire stage emitted a faint Buddhist light. The Buddhist light gradually transformed into the shape of a lotus. Amitabha. The kind-hearted people below the stage couldn't help but cry out in shock. The moment the lotus took shape, clouds appeared below Xing Kong and Xing Min's feet. The 2 of them flew into the air, clapped their hands, and took out 2 purple gold alms bowls from their sleeves. Under the activation of their telekinesis, 2 Buddhist lights shot out from the alms bowls, like pillars of light flying into the air. Amitabha Buddha is merciful. The 2 monks chanted Buddhist mantras as they formed seals with their hands and struck the alms bowl. The alms bowl emitted a thunderous sound as the pillars of Buddhist light trembled and intertwined in midair. Slowly, the image of a benevolent Buddha that was dozens of feet tall appeared in midair. "Buddha, please protect us." Seeing a huge Buddha standing in front of them, many of the villagers didn't dare to stand anymore. Plop, plop, plop. They all kneeled on the ground, and the entire area below the stage was in chaos. Junfeng, did you see that?" Mo Jianli coldly said. "This is bewitching people's hearts. The Buddhist sect is much better than us Confucian cultivators. If we want to chase the Buddhist sect away from the Hidden Immortal Continent, we must first chase them away from the hearts of the people." "Yes, Disciple understands." Zhu Juanfeng's face was also filled with worry as he softly replied. The Buddha standing on the lotus stayed in the air for the time it takes to eat a meal, and then it turned into thousands of specks of light that scattered around the stage. Xing Qin's voice was extremely calm. "Amitabha, this is my grace, the rain of the world. Anyone who obtains this item has fate with the Buddha and is born with kindness. Buddha, please protect us. Buddha is merciful." In an instant, everyone went crazy and almost reached out their hands to grab the Buddhist light that was falling down. The entire area below the stage immediately became extremely dangerous. Clang. Among the thousands of Buddhist lights, the sound of metal clanging suddenly, the sound of metal of the 100 or so Immortal Academy's disciples were scattered all around the stage. At the same time, they all waved their hands and drew long swords from their backs. This sword energy was originally weak, but when the 100 or so disciples all activated it at the same time, the scene was magnificent. The sword energy was like a song, and immediately cut apart the thousands of Buddhist lights, and even destroyed the fanaticism of the 1,000 or so people. Go! Seeing this, Zhu Junfeng patted his back, and the flying sword rushed into the air like a rainbow. At the same time, Qiu Jian, Li Mo Ming, and Ji Dong didn't hesitate, and 3 flying swords flew out together with Zhu Junfeng's flying sword. The 4 flying swords on the stage were like swimming dragons, and set off waves of turbulent waves. When the sword light scattered in the air, the 100 or so flying swords at the same time emitted a strong sword cry and rushed to the sky, as if they were flying together and clustered around the 4 flying swords. Then, the 4 flying swords led 4 separate groups of flying swords to dance in the air, and 1,000 or so people below the stage couldn't help but be fascinated. "Go!" Mo Jianli lightly shouted, and Zhu Junfeng and the other three rushed into the air and landed on the flying swords. With a wave of his hand, the 100 or so flying swords turned into fish and followed Zhu Junfeng and the other three in the air. Mo Jianli waved his hand, and a fist-sized vermilion red gourd appeared in his hand. As Mo Jianli activated his Yuan Qi, the entire gourd gave off a red glow, and the red glow entered the air and then turned into thousands of fog. The fog evaporated and gradually covered the area around 1 mile in the air. Wah! There was a soft sound like rolling up a bead curtain and a soft chuckle like pearls falling onto a jade plate. But where the breeze passed, the fog was lifted, and a brilliant light was born from the fog, and an unimaginable fairyland appeared in the air. Thousands of golden lights rolled, and thousands of auspicious chi sprayed out purple fog. There was a heavenly gate, deep and dark, made of glass, and bright and made of precious jade. Wasn't this the legendary Southern Heavenly Gate? Looking at the Southern Heavenly Gate, there were dozens of heaven-suppressing marshals on both sides, and one of them was leaning against a pillar holding a mace. Around him were dozens of gods in golden armor, and each of them held halberds, whips, sabers, and swords. The outside was okay, but the inside was shocking. There were a few huge pillars in the inner wall, and on the pillars there were golden-scaled, brilliant sun-red bearded dragons. There were also a few long bridges, and on the bridges there were phoenixes with colorful feathers flying in the air. Looking at the inside of the Southern Heavenly Gate, the bright clouds reflected the sky, and the green fog covered the entrance. On the stage of the God of Longevity, there were famous flowers that hadn't been shed for thousands of years, and beside the medicine furnace, there were evergreen herbs. In front of the pilgrimage tower, there were red robes, and the stars were bright. The hibiscus crown was golden and dazzling. Jade hairpins, pearl shoes, and purple ribbons with golden badges. When the golden bell rang, the 3 divine statues entered. When the heavenly drum rang, the 1,000 saints worshipped the immortal emperor. In the middle of the hall, there were golden nails and jade doors, and colorful phoenixes dancing on the vermilion door. The winding corridor was exquisite everywhere. 3 eaves and 4 clusters, and layers of dragons and phoenixes soared. Above, there was a purple wayway. It was bright, round, and bright, and on top of a big golden gourd. Below, there was a heavenly concubine holding a fan, and a jade maiden holding an immortal towel. Fierce, heavenly generals in charge of the state. Spirited, immortal ministers protecting the emperor. In the middle, there were many layers of Tai pills in a glass plate. In an agate bottle, there were a few curved coral trees. There were all kinds of strange objects in the heavenly palace, and none of them existed in the world. Golden palace and purple palace, and chi flowers and jade grass. Passing by the jade rabbit altar, the golden crow flew at the bottom. The above are all references, not original works. Not only were the 1,000 or so people from Longevity Town on the left flabbergasted, drooling from the corners of their mouths, but even Xiao Hua was flabbergasted. This kind of immortal realm was far from what an ordinary cultivation sect had. Senior, Xiao Jian's voice sounded in Xiao Hua's ear. This is where the Confucian Immortal Palace is. Everything inside, who knows if it's real or fake? This disciple never knew anyone who went to the Immortal Palace. Oh, I see. Xiao Hua suddenly understood. This so-called Immortal Palace had nothing to do with him, and he didn't know if he could go there in this life. Then he looked at the other side of the arena, in the shed of the Buddhist sect. At this time, Xing Qin's face was also not good. The reason why he said those words in a low voice was to set off the atmosphere, to make people fight for the so-called Buddha's light. Those who snatched the Buddha's light. If Monk Ming you could find them later, it meant that they were fated with the Buddha, and in the future, they would also be pilgrims of the small gold temple. He didn't expect such a big mess, but of course he didn't care about the chaos. What he cared about was that his Buddha's light was completely shattered by the sword light of the Confucian cultivator. This was a naked slap in the face. Originally, Xing Chan was still thinking about how to deal with Chongyun's sex Mo Jianli, but now he made a decision. As if he sensed something, Mo Jianli turned his head slightly and looked at Xing Chan. Ba, Xing Chan put his palms together, a big smile on his face. The immortal palace stayed in the air for a little less than an hour. The scene inside was like a revolving lantern. Heavenly maidens, immortals, immortal birds, and divine beasts. In short, it was all seen in the dreams of the secular world. When everyone felt like they were in a dream, all the fog slowly fell and was absorbed into the gourd in Mo Jianli's hand. All the illusions disappeared without a trace, and only the 100 or so flying swords were still floating in the air. Changsheng Academy wishes the immortal Buddha ceremony a success. The 110 students shouted in unison again. That voice, along with the true energy that the students cultivated, resounded loudly in the air above the entire small gold temple. Mixed with the whistling sounds of swords, it really made one immediately feel respectful. When Mo Jianli and the others descended from the air, the 100 or so flying swords flew back into the hands of the students. Zen Master Mingyu appeared on the stage and waved his hand. The immortal Buddha ceremony is over. Now, the competition that everyone has been waiting for is about to begin. This competition will affect the fate of the Little Gold Temple. I don't know if the Little Gold Temple will still exist in Chongqing Town after this battle. This poor monk is really nervous. The Little Gold Temple will win. Zen Master Ming, you will win. Someone shouted, and it immediately caused dozens of people to shout. The whole place was in an uproar again. Zhu Junfeng frowned. The key to this battle was the Little Gold Temple and the River and Tide Temple. It had nothing to do with Chongqing Academy. However, he didn't know if these words had other meanings, but it made him feel very unhappy. The voices below the stage rose and fell, making Zen Master Mingyu very excited. Thank you, everyone, for your blessings. This poor monk will do his best and will not disappoint you. Then, Zen Master Mingyu opened his mouth again. The Little Gold Temple is the host of this immortal Buddha ceremony. This poor monk will be the first to announce the order of the competition. As he spoke, Zen Master Mingyu announced the Little Gold Temple's name list. It was Jian Zheng, Jian Ping, Jian Shan, Ming Fa, Ming Cheng, Xing Kong, Xing Min, Xing Fan, and Xing Chun. After he finished speaking, Zen Master Mingyu looked below the stage and said loudly, Priest Xiao Jian of the River and Tide Temple. Can your Tide Temple's name list come out? My Tide Temple only has 3 people. It's really simple. Xiao Jian said loudly. The first to fight is my inferior disciple, Yuanya. The second is naturally fellow Taoist Xiaohua. The last is I. Oh, Xiaohua. Both Mo Jianli and Xing Chun looked at Xiaohua. How could they not know Xiao Jian's wishful thinking? Xiaohua was the one with the highest cultivation in the Tide Temple. As long as he didn't lose, Xiao Jian, who was average, didn't need to fight. What about Chongqing Academy? Zen Master Ming, you also looked down on Xiao Jian in his heart. He raised his head and looked at Zhu Junfeng. Actually, according to Zhu Junfeng's arrangement, the 4 seniors from the Chongyun sect didn't need to fight. At least, Mr. Mo Jianli didn't need to fight. However, after hearing the Little Gold Temple's arrangement, even Xing Chan was arranged. How could Mo Jianli not fight? Chapter 32:11. Forget it. Mo Jianli shook his head and whispered something to Zhu Junfeng. He. Zhu Junfeng stood up and stepped on his flying sword and rushed into the arena. He smiled and said, My Chongqing Academy is here to make up the numbers. We can't be compared to Shaojin Temple and Jiangchao Temple. However, in order to let everyone see an exciting performance, my Chongqing Academy has also arranged a simple lineup. We will fight with Shaojin Temple and Jiangchao Temple later. Zhu Junfeng announced the name list of Chongqing Academy. It was Zhang Chunyang, Lu Chun, Ji Ming, Fan Xiang, Du Yuechun, Tian Qiu Jian, Li Mo Ming, Jidong, and Mo Jianli. Ba, the names of the three sects have been decided. Monk Mingyu smiled and said, Dean Zhu and I will be the judges. The benefactors below the arena are also the judges. Let us wait and see which fellow immortal will have the last laugh. Good. The audience below the arena seemed to have been waiting for a long time. Now, they were clapping crazily, urging the Buddhist, Taoist, and Confucian sects to start the competition. You can go. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and handed the magic wand back to Yuan Ya. Let this old man see how many tricks you have. Yes. Yuan Ya jumped down from the donkey cart and caught the magic wand in the air. When he landed, he left a deep footprint on the ground. Yuan Ya naturally didn't need to use the ladder. With the magic wand in his hand, he jumped up and stepped on the pillar of the arena. His body borrowed the momentum and easily entered the arena. Clang! Yuan Ya put the magic wand on the arena and said indifferently, Which bald donkey wants to die out? The audience below the arena was in an uproar. At this time, a slightly muscular monk also held a Buddhist staff in his hand. He was a little afraid and hesitant as he walked out from behind the arena. He was Shao Jin Temple's monk, Jianzheng. This monk often fought with Yuan Ya, but because he had more people, he didn't suffer too much. Today he saw himself facing this demon alone, and this demon had a black magic wand in his hand. Haha, you're Jianzheng. When Yuan Ya saw this monk, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. I don't know how many times I've beaten you up, but you actually caught up with me. Jianzheng shrunk his neck in fear. However, when he saw Zen Master Bright Moon's sharp gaze, Jianzheng could only raise the Zen staff in his hand and shout, Yuan Ya, this penniless monk usually doesn't want to lower himself to your level, but today is different. I want to show you I's true cultivation. If you're scared, just admit defeat. And before Jianzheng could finish, Yuan Ya roared and flew into the air. He raised his magic wand and shouted, Bald donkey, eat this. How dare you? At this time, Jianzheng no longer had the time to be afraid. He waved his Buddhist staff with both hands, and with a loud roar, he charged forward. Pung! The monk's staff inevitably collided with the magic wand. Although Jianzheng's skills were not inferior to Yuan Ya's strength was greater than Jianzheng's. With just one hit, Jianzheng's body immediately lost his balance and involuntarily flew out of the arena. Zen Master Bright Moon watched without any expression. He knew that even if Ming Chung and Ming Fa were on the arena, they might not be Yuan Ya's match. For Jianzheng to be easily sent flying by Yuan Ya, that was very normal. Ba. Zen Master Bright Moon looked at Zhu Junfeng and said, Principal Zhu, my Shao Jin Temple has lost the first round. Students from Chongqing Academy, please come up. Okay. Zhu Junfeng nodded. He looked below the arena and said, Zhang Chunyang, come and experience the skills of Jiang Chao Temple's Taoist disciples. Yes. A thin scholar answered and ran up the ladder to the arena. That scholar was dressed like a Confucian scholar. He held a clear sword in his hand and looked extremely refined. He won the cheers of the crowd below the arena. Fellow immortal Yuan Ya, please? Zhang Chunyang very politely cupped his fists and bowed. Then, he raised his sword and was about to raise his hand. Please, please, please. Yuan Ya would not be polite with him. After bowing, he shouted 3 times and waved his magic wand 3 times in a row. The magic wand blew wind in his face. Zhang Chunyang activated the meager amount of genuine qi in his dantian. His body barely floated in midair. As his sword danced, he began to fight with Yuan Ya. Zhang Chunyang's strategy was not wrong. His skills were much better than Jianzheng's. However, Yuan Ya's methods originated from the jungle, and he had fought for his life in the gladiator arena. Every move he made was a battle of life and death. After a few moves, Zhang Chunyang was forced to the edge of the arena again. He had nowhere to run. I am not fellow immortal Yuan Ya's opponent. Thank you for your guidance. Looking at the empty space behind him, Zhang Chunyang did not hesitate and flew out of the arena. He looked very leisurely. He even waved his sword in midair, making several sword flowers. After somersaulting a few times, he landed on the ground and cupped his fist towards the crowd. Facing Yuanya, not only were Jian Ping and Jian Shan of the small gold temple easily knocked off the arena, even Lu Chun and Ji Ming of the Longevity Academy were forced off the arena. Even Ming Fa of the small gold temple, who stepped onto the arena later, was not Yuanya's opponent. After fighting for a while, he sent his Buddhist weapon flying. He had no choice but to admit defeat. Today, Jiangchao Temple was really showing his might. He alone defeated 7 people from the small gold temple and the Longevity Academy. Xiao Jian was not the only one who was beaming with joy. Even the crowd below the arena was shocked. These people did not know about the arrangement of the small gold temple and the Longevity Academy. They only saw Yuanya's bravery and were all stupefied. They felt that they had really underestimated Jiangchao Temple. Seeing that Yuanya had defeated Ming Fa and was already exhausted, Zhu Junfeng walked to the center of the arena and said with a smile, "Martial nephew Yuanya's strength is extremely high. It is really beyond this Zhu's imagination. However, fellow immortal Xiao, your rules are really strange." Martial nephew Yuanya fought 1 against 7, not having any chance to rest. Isn't this just my long life academy and small gold temple bullying him with numbers? Ha ha ha! Xiao Jian stood up from the donkey cart and laughed loudly. My Jiangchao Temple only has 3 people. You all are bullying him with numbers. How about this, fellow immortal Xiao? Let Yuanya rest for a while. Zhu Junfeng said again. After my Longevity Academy and the small gold temple fight a few rounds, how about we let martial nephew Yuanya come up? This isn't appropriate, right? Monk Mingyu was very clear about Ming Fa and Ming Cheng's cultivation. Ming Fa used his strength to fight against Yuanya and exhausted his strength. Afterwards, no matter how bad Longevity Academy was, they would still be able to hold off Yuanya for the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Then, if Yuanya was not defeated, he would definitely be defeated by Ming Cheng. How could Monk Mingyu let go of such a good opportunity? Moreover, if Yuanya rested, Ming Cheng would definitely fight against Fan Xiang from Longevity Academy. This was very unfavorable for the small gold temple. Thus, he hurriedly shouted, "This rule was personally proposed by Daoist Xiao from Jiangchao Temple and witnessed by over 1,000 benefactors. How could you change it?" "It's fine." Yuanya took a breath and forced a smile. "This little one can still hold on." "Forget it." Xiaohua laughed coldly. He originally wanted to leave some face for the small gold temple, but after seeing these so-called Buddhist disciples scheme like this, he did not feel like holding back anymore. He floated down from the donkey cart and said loudly, "Yuanya, just admit defeat." Yes, toward Xiaohua's words, Yuanya did not have any rebuttal. He replied in a low voice and immediately floated down from the stage without any hesitation. Zhu Junfeng was naturally stunned. However, he looked at Xiaohua with interest as he slowly walked over. He smiled and said, "It seems like a mortal friend Xiao is thinking of making a move after a long period of silence. Your next opponent is my Longevity Academy's Fan Xiang. Please show mercy." "Haha, no problem." Xiaohua smiled faintly and still slowly walked down from the stage. Longevity Academy's Fan Xiang was already waiting behind the stage. When he heard Zhu Junfeng say his name, he immediately activated his flying sword and forcefully flew up from below the stage. Good. Fan Xiang's appearance immediately won everyone's cheers. Everyone's gaze unconsciously gathered on Xiaohua's unhurried pace. They wanted to see how Xiaohua would ascend the stage. Seeing that the stage was getting closer, Xiaohua quietly placed a yellow talisman on his body. Soon after, he activated what little magic power he had left. His figure slowly floated up. As if he was walking on an invisible flight of stairs, he walked up to the stage step by step in midair. See, below the stage, all of Longevity Town's villagers were stunned. They could not imagine that a person could actually walk in midair. This was even more inconceivable than a sword ray or a cloud. "You are not this old man's opponent." Xiaohua's figure walked up from below the stage. He looked at Fan Xiang and said indifferently, "Let him come." As he spoke, Xiao Hua pointed at Xing Chun. Senior Xiao. Seeing Xiao Hua's cultivation level, Fan Xiang knew that he was not his opponent. However, he still said respectfully, "Right now, it is this junior who is going up the stage." You want this junior to admit defeat without even making a move? This junior will not accept defeat. The rules of this challenge were set by the Tidal River Temple. How about senior defeat this junior first? Haha, that's right. Xiao Hua laughed loudly. He waved his hand and took out the heaven-leveling staff. He said, "Confucian cultivators would rather break than bend. If you admit defeat like this, how can you become a scholar? Since that is the case, then this old man will let you know what is called powerful." As he spoke, Xiao Hua calmly stepped on the stage. Fan Xiang's eyebrows twitched. Just as he was about to bow and salute, the entire stage shook. Fan Xiang was unable to stand still. He saw the faint Buddhist light on the stage violently flickering. Zen Master Bright Moon cried out in alarm. "Ayo, not good." The staff in his hand stopped, and he immediately activated his telekinesis to fly into the air. Zhu Junfeng was naturally faster than Zen Master Bright Moon. He was already standing in midair on his flying sword. He was looking at Xiao Hua with a shocked expression on his face. Fan Xiang was a bit slower. Seeing that the entire ring was about to collapse, he activated his true chi and flew out of the ring. Xiao Hua's heaven-leveling staff was extremely heavy. Even if this simple stage was supported by a Buddhist formation, how could it withstand it? Xiao Hua stepped on the stage. He did not even make a move, and the entire stage collapsed. Chapter 32:12. Ha ha! Xiao Hua's arrogant voice came from the dust of the collapsed arena. "How can we fight in such a broken arena? Anyone who doesn't want to die, bring it on." This. Xing Chun, Mo Jianli, and the others all stood up and sucked in a breath of cold air. They stared blankly at Xiao Hua and the heaven-leveling staff in his hand in the middle of the tattered arena. The weight of Yuanya's magic staff had already exceeded their expectations. They had never imagined that an ordinary person like Yuanya, who had never cultivated before, would be able to resist and even defeat Confucian cultivators who could almost enter the ranks just by relying on his vigorous movements and heavy weapon. And Xiao Hua didn't even make a move. The Buddhist formation supported by the three Transcendence Realm Arhats was crushed just like that. If the staff hit them, how tragic would that be? Disciple. Fan Xiang obviously couldn't stay in the air for long. After a while, he landed on the broken pillar of the arena. He answered in a low voice, somewhat absent-minded. He would rather break than bend, but it was obvious that the cultivation of the person in front of him was far beyond his reach. How could he not bend? Xiao Hua looked around. The arena was gone, and the surroundings were silent. He looked at Fan Xiang's muttering and thought of what Xiao Jian said before. Yes, what was his cultivation? What was the cultivation of these people in front of him? They were just his juniors. Although his current strength was less than 1/10 of the Earth Crystal Yao Milk, he couldn't bully them because of this. After crossing the bottleneck of late gold core, he would become a nascent soul grandmaster. Since he was a grandmaster, he had to have the bearing and breadth of mind of a grandmaster. During the trip to Meng Mountains, whether it was Fairy Hong Xia, Li Zongbao, or even Xiao Mao, they all told him what a grandmaster should do. But at that time, and for a long time after, Xiao Hua didn't feel anything. When he was in thunder-controlling Sect's myriad Thunder Valley, Xiao Hua used soul stings to attack thousands of chi-refining disciples with his nascent soul strength. He also fought against Foundation establishment disciples of the Thunder Arena. This was because Xiao Hua didn't see himself as a grandmaster. Perhaps it was because the time was ripe, or perhaps it was because his 100 years of bitter cultivation had allowed him to improve a lot, or perhaps it was because he was facing something familiar from his memories. In short, Xiao Hua felt that he had lost face by attacking a student who didn't make the grade. Forget it. Xiao Hua sighed in his heart. There was even a hint of joy in his sigh. Why should I hide anything in hidden immortal continent now? Therefore, Xiao Hua's body moved. He channeled his remaining arcane energy and rushed into the sky. He pointed his finger at Xing Chun and Mo Jianli and smiled. Don't make things difficult for the juniors. Why don't you wait for the two of you, or the three monks come together? To be honest, if it wasn't because of the Tide Temple incident, I wouldn't even bother to attack. That's right, Xiaohua really didn't feel any pressure when facing a cultivator who was only around the second level of essence energy. Even though his Dao, he still had Buddhist cultivation. Soul, cultivator. Soul's thunder technique. Even if the lightning flashing thunder rolling thunder technique was too powerful, Xiaohua still had the heaven leveling staff. Xiaohua believed that as long as he had the heaven pacifying rod in his hand, even if the hidden immortal continent was destroyed, he would not be afraid. Seeing Xing Chun flying out of the shed and Mo Jianli flying out of the shed, Xiaohua narrowed his eyes. He had discovered something interesting. His Buddha Sarira was the same as the others. It was in his Naiwan palace, but because there was a divine restriction outside his Naiwan palace, as long as he didn't release his Buddhist consciousness, ordinary Buddhist disciples couldn't detect his Buddhist cultivation. And just now, for the conversation between Monk Mingyu and Zhu Junfeng, Xiaohua had already keenly sensed the gap between Confucian cultivators and Buddhism. In the future, Xiaohua might reveal his Confucian cultivation base. So now, and perhaps in the future, he didn't plan to let others know that he had Buddha Sarira. As soon as he flew out of the shed, Mo Jianli immediately used the mystic art of his sect. His eyes flashed with a faint clear light as he tried to see through Xiaohua's cultivation. But to his surprise, other than the faint zhen qi of the Confucian cultivator, he couldn't see anything else. Of course, Mo Jianli also knew that there were many secret techniques in the hidden immortal continent. Therefore, it was normal that he couldn't see Xiaohua's cultivation. In particular, the commonly used methods of the three continents to determine the origin energy of the 9th grade and the 27th grade were not only effective for Confucian cultivators, Buddhist sects, and demon sects, but there were also many other strange techniques that could not be measured by the grade of the origin energy. Taoism has been in decline for countless years. Who knows where Xiaohua obtained the lost Taoist orthodoxy? But Mo Jianli knew that since Xiaohua called himself Old Man and challenged all the cultivators of level 2 of the origin energy, Xiaohua's cultivation didn't match his young appearance. Xiaohua was definitely a cultivator of level 3 of the origin energy. Senior. Therefore, Mo Jianli didn't let Xiu Jian and the others come out. He flew up into the sky alone and bowed respectfully. Junior Mo Yin, Mo Jianli from the Chongyan sect of the country of Shi greets Senior. If Mo Jianli could think of it, Xing Chun could also think of it. But he didn't expect that Mo Jianli would put him in the position of a junior. This made Xing Chun feel a little awkward, because Xing Chun couldn't see Xiaohua's cultivation either, but he could vaguely see that Xiaohua was a Confucian cultivator. When Mo Jianli called him senior, Xing Chun was shocked. He thought to himself, "Oh no, is this a secret move of the Chongyan sect?" But then, he was confused again. If it was a secret move, Mo Jianli couldn't slap his own face on the spot. How could he expose him? Besides, Xiaohua's flying technique didn't seem to be anything special. It seemed to be relying on external force. Who knew if he was like Xiao Jian, who often bluffed people? I'm Xing Chun from the Yunlin Temple. Greetings to fellow immortal Xiao. Although Xing Chun couldn't treat himself as a junior, he didn't dare to neglect. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. He immediately stopped in midair and bowed respectfully. You two are too polite. Xiaohua twirled the heaven-leveling staff in his hand. He smiled and returned the greeting. We're on the stage now. No need to be so polite. It won't be too late to talk about it after Shaojin Temple, and Changsheng Academy finish this. Hee, Senior must be joking. Mo Jianli naturally didn't feel burdened. He smiled and said, "Today is the immortal Buddhist ceremony. My Chongyan sect is only here to join in the fun. How can we really fight with Senior? If I knew Senior had such methods, I would have made Zhu Junfeng admit defeat long ago. Yes, Junior admits defeat on behalf of Chongqing Academy. Zhu Junfeng, who was standing in midair, saw Mo Jinli's attitude. How could he delay? He immediately bowed and said, Xiaohua nodded. I'll remember this. In the future, Jiangshao Temple will have to rely on Chongqing Academy. Principal Zhu, please take care of it. Naturally, Zhu Junfeng heard and knew that Xiaohua would leave after this. Xiao Jian and Yuanya alone wouldn't be a threat to Chongqing Academy. How could he not agree? Immortal friend Xiao. Seeing Mo Jinli change sides, Xing Chen's face darkened. He cupped his hands and said, May I know where Immortal friend is from? Xiao Jin Temple's head is a disciple of my Yunlin Temple. I and others representing Xiao Jin Temple is normal. Immortal friend, why are you representing Jiangshao Temple? Xiaohua originally wanted to say that he was a loose cultivator from the West Ocean. However, we thought about the West Ocean Eye, he immediately changed his words. I'm a loose cultivator from the East Ocean. Previously, I met with some trouble and was saved by Jiangshao Temple. Since there's kindness, I naturally have to repay it. I'll take responsibility for the fight between Jiangshao Temple and Xiao Jin Temple. Moreover, I'm from the Taoist sect. All the Taoist sects in the world are one. Why can't I fight for Jiangshao Temple? East Ocean loose cultivator. Xing Chun was shocked. That East Ocean was vast and boundless. Xiaohua's one sentence made it impossible for Xing Chun to find a specific location. Senior Xiao, Mo Jinli asked curiously, you seem to have traces of my Confucian cultivation. I used to be a Confucian cultivator. Xiaohua didn't hide it. However, I didn't have any breakthroughs. Later, when I was studying in the East Ocean, I encountered a storm and accidentally obtained a Taoist inheritance on a deserted island. Since then, I no longer focused on true qi cultivation. Congratulations, Senior, Mo Jinli said with a smile. Senior's luck is profound. You obtained the inheritance of 2 sections. This is truly worthy of celebration. Huh? Xiaohua laughed and shook his head. I haven't practiced Confucian cultivation for many years. This Taoist cultivation is also a copy of a cat drawing a tiger. It can't be considered as obtaining the inheritance of 2 sects. Mo Jinli and Zhu Junfeng's smile became even wider. Zhu Junfeng still felt that Chongqing Academy would lose face if he directly admitted defeat. However, Xiaohua directly admitted that he was a Confucian cultivator. Chongqing Academy's face was instantly returned. Losing to a senior with Confucian cultivation was something that would never be ridiculed by others. I want to see how Xing Chen will deal with it. The two looked at Xing Chen at the same time. So, immortal friend Xiao, is this poor monk senior? Xing Chen's mouth was bitter, but he still insisted. If it was an ordinary fight, this poor monk would definitely admit defeat. However, today's fight involves the survival of Xiao Jin Temple in Chongqing Town. This poor monk can't act on his own accord. Even if I have to pay with my life today, I still have to fight with Senior. Of course, this poor monk admits that he is not Senior's opponent. Just now, Senior said that this poor monk's junior brothers and others can also fight together. Well said. Before Xing Chen could finish speaking, Xiaohua interrupted him. You all can fight together. This Xiao won't take your lives. Thank you, Senior. Xing Chen was overjoyed to get the guarantee and bowed again. You're welcome, as long as you don't think that this old man is bullying the weak. Xiaohua waved his hand casually. This junior doesn't dare. Senior, as long as you don't care about this junior's offense. The more Xing Chen listened to Xiaohua, the more he felt that Xiaohua was not bluffing. However, I still want to ask you to confirm it. If we are lucky enough to win by 1 or 2 moves, will you immediately order the Jiangshao Temple to withdraw from the Longevity Town? Chapter 32:13. Yes, of course, Xiaohua said without hesitation. I'm leaving. Xiao Jian and Xiao Chen are no match for all of you. Good. Xing Chun waved his hand and said, Junior brothers, come here. We 3 juniors would like to ask Senior Xiao to give us some pointers. Yes, Senior brother, Xing Kong, Xing Min, and Xing Fan flew out from the shed and surrounded Xiaohua. They bowed and saluted. Xiaohua nodded and returned the salute. Senior, be careful. Xing Chun waved his hand, and a purple gold alms bowl appeared in his hand. He continued to shout, the 4 of us are forming a Buddhist formation. Senior, please give us some pointers on the power of this formation. Hearing this, Xiaohua knew what Xingchen was thinking, and said with a smile, you and the others, quickly set up the formation. I'll be waiting. Yes. Xing Chun was overjoyed. It takes time to set up the formation, but if they don't use it, the 4 of them might not be Xiaohua's match. In order to prevent Xiaohua from making a move and stopping him from setting up the formation, Xing Chun had to think. The result was as he expected. Xiaohua didn't hesitate at all. Xing Chun made a hand seal and activated his telekinesis. The Buddhist consciousness in his Naiwan palace also surged out. Wong. The alms bowl in Xing Chen's hand emitted a Buddhist light and turned into a lotus petal in the air. Xing Kong, Xing Min, and Xing Fan also released their alms bowls and turned them into lotus petals of different colors. Amipa. The 4 of them chanted the name of Buddha at the same time. The Buddhist consciousness gathered in the air and gradually formed a large Buddhist seal. Fight! Suddenly, Xing Chun let out a furious roar. Like a thunderclap in a clear sky, his rather large Buddhist seal slammed towards the nearby Xiao Jin temple. The Buddhist seal rushed out, and countless air currents surged out. Thousands of villagers who were staring at the sky, without blinking their eyes, began to howl violently above their heads. Boom! A huge explosion came from the Xiao Jin temple. Then, like thousands of Buddhas chanting, a powerful telekinesis rushed out of the Xiao Jin temple and landed on the 4 lotus petals. This psychokinesis again. Xiaohua frowned slightly. Xiaohua had seen this psychokinesis in the ruins of the Buddhist sect on the Donrain continent. Although this psychokinesis was incomparable to the psychokinesis of the tens of thousands of bodhisattvas in the ruins of the Buddhist sect, it still couldn't be underestimated. Sure enough, under the power of telekinesis, the 4 lotus petals spun crazily. Buddhist light rushed out and surrounded Xiaohua. This Buddhist light gradually closed up and turned into an even bigger lotus. Moreover, countless heavenly flowers fell from the lotus, and the phantoms of countless heavenly maidens appeared. Even the sound of chanting could be heard. Senior, please. A smile appeared on Xing Chen's face when the light from the lotus stabilized. As long as Senior breaks this formation and defeats the 4 of us, my little gold temple will immediately withdraw from the longevity town. Good. Xiaohua shouted and raised his heaven-leveling staff. Eat this Zhao staff. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't use any Taoist spells and instead used the heaven-leveling staff, Xing Chen couldn't help but laugh. This Buddhist formation was formed by telekinesis, and it wasn't a real thing. If Xiaohua had looked carefully for a moment, found the location of the 4 alms bowls, and then used the Ping Tian staff to hit the alms bowls in the formation, Xing Chun would have been scared. But Xiaohua didn't even look at them. He just hit the lotus inside the Buddha's light out of nowhere. How could he break the formation? Besides, even if Xiaohua broke through the formation, Xing Chen wouldn't be afraid. The Buddhist sect's Buddhist sense was the most observant. The alms bowls were visible to the naked eye when the formation was first set up. But once the formation was set up, the 4 alms bowls were controlled by the Buddhist sense and could move freely within the formation. Although Xiaohua's spells were fast, they couldn't be faster than the Buddhist sense, right? Junior brothers, Xing Chen ordered. The heavenly flowers in the Buddhist formation flourished. Each of them flashed with murderous intent and spun toward Xiaohua. Isn't Senior Xiao too careless? Seeing how powerful the Buddhist formation was, Zhu Junfeng frowned and said to Immo gently in a low voice, The Buddhist formation of the Buddhist sect is the most powerful, especially the primary formation of the Confucian sect. I've never seen a Taoist formation, but it's best to break it before it's set up. Since it's set up, we can only find the eye of the formation. Senior Zhao's reckless attack. I'm not sure. Mo gently shook his head. I want to say that Senior Zhao is confident, but I don't know where he planted his bamboo shoots. Even this old man can't sense his true cultivation. If it's not unfathomable, then it's... Zhu Junfeng smiled and said in a low voice, a swindler. Boom! The sky-leveling staff seemed to have heard Zhu Junfeng's slander and struck the lotus that surrounded Xiaohua. Xing Chun thought that the sky-leveling staff couldn't touch the Buddhist light and psychokinesis, but it tore a huge hole in the Buddhist light and psychokinesis. The hole flashed rapidly, and the trembling spread in all directions. Xiaohua's attack was powerful. How is this possible? Xing Chen's face was ashen. He couldn't believe that the Buddhist formation set up by the four of them collapsed under Xiaohua's attack. Unfathomable. Mo gently murmured with his mouth agape. Similarly, he had never heard of a Buddhist formation that had already been set up being destroyed by a single strike from a staff. Xiaohua put away the sky-leveling staff and looked coldly at Xing Chun and the other three who tried their best to activate their psychokinesis to stop the Buddhist formation from collapsing. However, it seemed that the four of them were like mantises trying to stop a chariot. They couldn't resist the irresistible force of the Buddhist formation. Alas, this is an unfair victory. Xiaohua sighed. Then, he activated the flying talisman and flew out of the Buddhist formation. He waved the sky-leveling staff and said, Xing Chun, take this. Forget it. When Xing Chun saw Xiaohua's awe-inspiring demeanor, he knew that he was no match for him. Strength can break all techniques. Just as he was about to admit defeat, a dejected thought appeared in his mind. Woo! A huge roar came from the distance. It sounded like thousands of cows mooing, but it also sounded like the shaking of heaven and earth. Well, what's going on? Xiaohua was shocked. How could he still care about defeating Xing Chun? He hurriedly used his divine sense to check the source of the sound. Not good. When Xiaohua saw the situation in the distance, his expression changed drastically. His body involuntarily rose up and was about to fly away. Senior. Xiaohua's divine sense was fast, but Xing Chun and the others' Buddhist awareness, Mo Jianli, and the others' eye-clearing and divine sense techniques weren't slow either. Just as Xiaohua was about to fly away, Xing Chun hurriedly shouted, What's wrong? Xiaohua frowned. Do you still want to fight? Now that the water tribe is rampant and the people of Longevity Town are about to be plunged into misery and suffering, how can we still remember to fight? Xing Chun hurriedly explained, Although this fight hasn't ended yet, we know that we are no match for you. If you have something to say it quickly. Xiaohua was angry. Don't delay me from saving people. Yes, Xing Chun hurriedly said. We want to make a bet with you. Let's see if your Taoist method can save more people, or my Buddhist method can save more people. Or perhaps, whoever had the means to eliminate the Longevity Town's calamity would be the winner. What do you think, Senior? Okay. Xiaohua already felt that he had defeated Xing Chun and the other aquatic creatures because he had an unfair advantage. Therefore, after hearing Xing Chun's words, Xiaohua agreed without hesitation. He didn't believe that these aquatic creatures could survive under his lightning strikes. Xing Chun was overjoyed when he saw Xiaohua agree. He might not be able to save many people, but there were people in Xiao Jin Temple. They were much stronger than the three from Jiang Chao Temple. Besides, didn't Ling Chen's Buddhist sense mean that there was a senior from the Buddhist sect near Longevity Town? Now, that Longevity Town was in trouble, this senior would definitely help. This was why Xing Chun emphasized the Buddhist sect and not Xiao Jin Temple or Yunlin Temple. Martial Nephew Mingyu. Xing Chun waved his hand and said hurriedly, Longevity Town's Liao River is overflowing. The water tribe is wreaking havoc in the river. I'm afraid that Longevity Town will be flooded in a short time. Now, there are almost 2,000 people gathered in Xiao Jin Temple. quickly organize the disciples and send them to Shao Jin Temple. If Shao Jin Temple can't hold them, just stay on the hillside. Seeing that the river is coming, we can't go anywhere else. Yes, disciple understands. Zen Master Mingyu's Buddhist sense was weak and couldn't see that far. However, after hearing Xing Chen's order and hearing the faint sounds in the distance, his expression changed. He hurriedly agreed and began to send the disciples. Mo Jianli didn't think much. He just waved his hand and flew away with Qiu Jian, Li Mo Ming, and Ji Dong. He didn't give any orders to Zhu Junfeng. Zhu Junfeng glanced at Mr. Tai and with a bitter taste in his mouth. He didn't expect this unforeseen event to happen so fiercely and so unexpectedly. He was in a bit of a difficult situation. Long Life Academy was relatively close to Liaojiang, so right now, they were definitely panicking. Meanwhile, there were so many people here, Small Golden Temple's monks definitely couldn't deal with them alone. Long Life Academy could only leave the experienced students here. Principal Zhu. Mr. Taiyan saw the complicated look in Zhu Junfeng's eyes and understood what Zhu Junfeng was thinking. Almost without thinking, he said, "I'll go back to the academy now. You go to the riverside with Mr. Mo." "Yes, that's the only way." Zhu Junfeng nodded and said, "These 100 disciples will stay here. After all, there are so many people here." Then, Zhu Junfeng named a few people to be in charge of this matter. He activated his sword light and chased after Xiao Hua and the others. The spectators naturally didn't know what had happened. Seeing that the exciting battle had suddenly ended, everyone flew to Liao River and didn't know what to do. Fortunately, under the arrangement of the students of the academy and the guidance of the monks of Shao Jin Temple, they were about to move to Shao Jin Temple. The thoughts of the students and monks were good, but the crowd was unwilling. They asked what had happened and why the contestants had left. They wanted to go to Little Golden Temple. After all, Little Golden Temple could not accommodate so many people. Chapter 32:14. Longevity Academy students were quite experienced, all of them smiling. They only said that there were some strange changes in the town and the teachers were going to deal with it. They didn't know the specifics, only telling everyone to wait at Small Golden Temple. After a while, the teachers would return and they could leave. After hearing these words, those people were naturally doubtful, whispering noisily to each other. However, they were still obedient, slowly moving towards Small Golden Temple. However, compared to Longevity Academy students, Small Golden Temple's monks were clearly lacking in propriety. After Monk Ming Yu explained the cause of the matter to Ming Chung and Ming Fa, they also hurriedly assigned the 30 or so disciples. Those disciples couldn't compare to Ming Chung and Ming Fa. Their own expressions changed greatly, hurriedly urging the people around them to enter the temple. When everyone asked about it, they told them everything and revealed the urgency of the matter. When everyone learned the truth, they immediately exploded. Who didn't have family or property in Longevity Town? How could they quietly hide in Small Golden Temple? Even though Small Golden Temple's monks shouted until their throats were hoarse, saying that Buddha was protecting them, that the teachers were already going to deal with it. Unfortunately, no matter how much they said, no one would listen. Most of the people simply ignored the monks' attempts to stop them and explain. They rushed down the hill faster than the tide and rushed into Longevity Town along the mountain path. Monk Ming Yu and the others were a bit confused as they watched the dispersing crowd. They really didn't understand. However, fortunately, less than 40% of the 2,000 people were calm. They knew that even if they went back, they wouldn't be able to do anything. They would just give up their lives for nothing. Even though their hearts were twisted by knives, like ants on a hot pan, they still listened to Longevity Academy's arrangements, rushing towards Small Golden Temple. After this small, unforeseen event, the situation immediately became clear. Those who could cause trouble all left. Those who couldn't didn't need the guidance of the monks and students. Even though it was a bit chaotic, they could all enter Small Golden Temple. As a result, Longevity Academy's students coldly looked at small Golden Temple's monks. They were also worried about the Academy's safety, as well as the safety of the town's inner family. However, they still couldn't fly on their swords, so they could only wait here. Among the thousands of people in the entire small gold temple, the calmest ones were probably Xiao Jian and Yuanya, who were currently in the Hall of Great Strength, commenting on the golden body of Buddha. The two of them were originally staying near the Xiao Jin Temple's mountain gate. With this sudden turn of events, Yuanya immediately became alert. He pulled Xiao Jian and rushed into the Xiao Jin Temple. Xiao Jian originally wanted to pull the lame donkey along with the donkey cart, but Xiao Hua's sound transmission came. Xiao Jian's expression changed drastically. He trembled and loosened his grip on the reins. He rushed into the sect even faster than Yuanya. Within a few miles, the Xiao Jin Temple was located on the highest hill, and the highest point of the Xiao Jin Temple was the Great Buddha's Hall. At this moment, Xiao Jian did not care about the difference between Buddhism and Taoism. Without any scruples, he was the first to rush in. Just as Xiao Jian was making irresponsible remarks about the golden body of Buddha, Xiao Hua was activating the flying talisman and rushing towards Liao Jian. Unfortunately, his spiritual power was lacking. He only felt that his body was heavier than a mountain. He flew slower than a snail. Not only could he not catch up with Mo Jianli, but even Xing Chen looked at him strangely and flew far away. Xiao Hua was extremely depressed. There was no other way. Whether it was in his meridians or in his body, they were all blocked by the earth crystal Yao milk. This thing was very precious. The stingy Xiao Hua was not willing to waste it. He could only refine it bit by bit, either to refine his body, or to refine into vital energy, or to refine the so-called great vital energy. All of these required time. What was particularly strange was that although the days in Longevity Town were not long, Xiao Hua had already discovered that although he did not deliberately refine the earth crystal Yao milk into vital energy, the generated vital energy still flowed into the invisible golden core. The invisible golden core was like an insatiable Pishio. It could contain as much vital energy as it wanted. It was not an ordinary bottleneck of the later stage of golden core, as Xiao Hua thought. Could it be that there's an 18th level golden core? This was Xiao Hua's occasional thought. Of course, from the cultivation method jade slip in Xiao Hua's hand and his experience in cultivating the 18th level of qi, refining, and foundation establishment cultivation methods, the possibility of an 18th level golden core should not be big. But where was the problem? All the cultivation methods and experiences in the past were useless. What blocked Xiao Hua's path was an unknown problem. For Xiao Hua, who never believed that there could be a cultivation method in this world that could reach the heavens, this was not only a challenge, but also a kind of opportunity. But now, in addition to complaining about his flying speed, Xiao Hua had the kind of anger towards the water tribe. That's right, when a strange movement sounded, Xiao Hua's divine sense had already seen a scene that made his eyes almost pop out of their sockets. Although the Liao River was turbulent before, it had raised many fishermen in Longevity Town. Suddenly, a wave of more than 10 zhang high suddenly rushed up. That wave was much worse than the huge waves of the West Sea or the Guihe Sea, but when it fell down, it immediately destroyed the simple dam near the Liao River and then rushed towards the town with a speed of 1,000 li. This was an inland town that was completely defenseless. The river water only needed to wreak havoc, and everything within 3 li of the Liao River in Longevity Town turned into a swamp. Fortunately, except for the first wave, the water of the Liao River was controlled by the water tribe. It seemed to be waiting for something, and no more water came out. Only this one wave of the huge wave washed over the 3 li of the swamp, but it was already too horrible to look at. Not to mention the broken roofs floating in the water. Not to mention the extremely large number of poultry corpses floating in the water. Not to mention the bedding, window frames, and tables soaked in the water. Just the crying and screaming villagers running away in the water already made Xiao Hua's eyes burn with anger. At this time, The amount of river water that rushed into Longevity Town could not be considered much. It probably only submerged the waist of an ordinary person. Many villagers living by the river, old and young, desperately ran away. And in the midst of the chaos, there were many casualties. The speed of the water had already slowed down, and the water level was also slowly falling. But even so, since there were poultry corpses, how could the villagers' corpses not be enough? A baby with his face down swayed along with the waves, his white buttocks facing the sky. A corner of the baby's belly was still hanging on the baby's back, and that bright red color was very dazzling. When Xiao Hua saw it, that baby's corpse was precisely hit by a thick and long wooden pillar. The corpse softly sank for a moment and then floated up again. Xiao Hua's heart ached for no reason, and he used his teeth to tightly bite his lips. Around 3 li away, there was water everywhere, and the tragic scene was truly heartbreaking. But this was only a fuse. In Longevity Town, 3 li away, those places that had higher terrains were now in a state of panic. First, the tremors and the sound of the water attracted the attention of hundreds of thousands of people, and then the man-devouring wave shattered the calmness and confidence of those who saw all this. They shouted as if their lives depended on it, and ran towards Longevity Town as if their lives depended on it. The news of the aquatic creatures massacring the town was like a gust of wind that blew towards Longevity Town. Everyone was in a state of panic, and it was as if a nest had exploded. People stepped on people, people squeezed people, and no one cared about anyone else. Everyone wanted to escape to a safe place before the second wave of the river water came. But it was precisely this kind of panic that before the river water came, many people's lives were already squeezed out. At this moment, Xiao Hua didn't have the time to care about these things. He raised his eyes and looked into the distance. Right at the edge of Longevity Town, there was a several zhang tall water wall. Inside the water wall, there seemed to be turbulent waves, and more than 10 enormous aquatic creatures covered in pitch-black scales were also crazily baring their fangs and brandishing their claws inside the water wall. Seeing this, Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed, and he hurriedly looked towards the 2 sides of the water wall. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Not only did this water wall become taller, it also stretched for an extremely long time. Even without using his divine sense to check, it was likely that this water wall covered the area of several li around Longevity Town. As long as the water wall slammed down, the Liao River's water would definitely destroy the entire Longevity Town, like breaking rotten weeds. Not to mention human lives, even all the buildings would be destroyed. It was definitely a purgatory on Earth. What Xiao Hua could see, the people who were slightly closer to the river could also see. This water wall was like a sharp sword hanging over their heads, and if there was a slight delay, it would fall down and take their lives. Damn it! Xiao Hua cursed angrily, and a faint green light began to flicker between his eyebrows. Facing this monster that wanted to destroy the entire Longevity Town, Xiao Hua definitely wouldn't show mercy. Although the water wall was controlled by the water creature and couldn't fall down for a while, the sound of the waves within was still ear-piercing, and the sound of the surging waves was louder than muffled thunder. Not only did it cover the cries and screams of the villagers who were fleeing in panic, it also blocked the voices of Xing Chun and the others who had flown to the front of the water wall to negotiate with the water creature. Xing Chun and the others flew faster than Xiao Hua and arrived here a step earlier. However, in the process of their arrival, everything had already happened. The river was several li long, and the water was fierce. Other than Xing Kong and Xing, men casually saving the 2 children, they couldn't do anything else. When Xing Chun and the others saw the water wall that was forming above the river, their first reaction was no longer to save the children, but to stop the water wall from forming and to prevent the river water from crashing into Longevity Town even more fiercely. Xing Chun flew up into the sky, and after crossing the water wall that was several zhang high, he saw the waves that were several li high, and the shock in his heart was even greater than before. He had thought of many possibilities of a monster attack, including the water creatures of Liao River. However, he had never thought that the water creatures would use the water of Liao River to destroy Longevity Town directly. After all, this wasn't just the power of one or two water creatures, and it wasn't something that could be done by second or third level elemental energy. If there were so many water creatures, and they were so powerful, why would they come to destroy an insignificant Longevity Town? They could have just gone to Jishun Town, where there were many people and boats, and it was much more prosperous than Longevity Town. However, this fleeting thought just happened to appear in front of his eyes, and Xing Chun had no choice but to face it head-on. Fellow immortal Mo, Xing Chun looked at Mo Jianli, who was standing not far away from him, and smiled bitterly. I don't know how to deal with this, but I do know that I don't have the power to stop these water creatures. They are stronger than us. Chapter 32:15. That's right. Mo Jianli's eyes also flashed with a fierce light. He nodded and said, "The development of the situation is beyond the expectations of the sect. I think the Yunlin Temple is the same. The water kind are here to wipe out the entire Longevity Town. There must be something fishy going on here." But Xing Chun hesitated. Looking at the dozens of water kind behind the water wall, he said in a low voice, "Well, will they listen to us?" "They have to listen." Mo Jianli sneered. "Even if I die here, I have to fight for a chance of survival for the hundreds of thousands of people in the Longevity Town." Then Mo Jianli turned to Zhu Junfeng and said, "Junfeng, hurry back to the Longevity Academy. This is an emergency." Before Mo Jianli could finish, Zhu Junfeng understood. He nodded and said, "Mr. Mo, be careful. If things go wrong, go now." Mo Jianli waved his hand coldly. "Yes." Zhu Junfeng didn't dare to hesitate. He hurried off with his sword light. "Don't worry, fellow immortal Mo." Seeing that Mo Jianli had made up his mind, Xing Chun hurriedly shouted, "Senior Xiao Hua of the Daoist school is behind us. Why don't we see what kind of magic he has?" Mo Jianli bit his lips and turned to look at Xiao Hua, who was flying closer and closer. He smiled bitterly and said, "Senior Xiao is powerful, but it seems that he is good at body refining. Also, as far as I know, the Daoist school mostly uses killing people. When it comes to saving people, I'm afraid it can't be compared with the Confucian school and the Buddhist school." Seeing that Xiao Hua was flying slowly, Xing Chun murmured in his heart, "Xiao Hua could defeat him easily, but if he could defeat the water kind and save people, it would be impossible." Without waiting for Xing Chun to reply, Mo Jianli rushed to the water wall with his sword light flashing under his feet. Boom! Mo Jianli's sword light was blocked by the water wall. Obviously, there was a powerful restriction formation in front of the water wall. Mo Jianli opened his mouth. Whoosh! A 3-inch long flying sword rushed out and flashed across the sky like lightning. The space above the water wall was twisted, and a 10-foot-long crack appeared on the water wall from top to bottom. Whoosh! It was like a flood bursting out of a dam. The waterfall like water rushed out of the crack and flowed into the Longevity Town. Mo Jianli saw that he had made a fool of himself and was a little embarrassed. He wanted to rush through the crack, but he hesitated. He did not know what to do next. Fortunately, the invisible restriction on the left side of the crack shone brightly with blue light and gradually mended the crack from bottom to top, causing the water flow to gradually decrease. Why is that? Mo Jianli's eyes flashed. He seemed to understand something. He shouted, "Li Mo Ming, come here." Hearing his martial uncle's call, Li Mo Ming hurriedly flew over. However, before he could get close, a clear roar was heard. At the crack that had not mended yet, a 3-foot-tall, pitch-black water creature with 1-foot-long black scales appeared. This water creature had a huge fish head. Its 2 eyes, which were bigger than fists, stared at Mo Jianli without blinking. Mo Jianli looked at the huge black fish. Although he had not used the clear eye technique to check his strength, he felt a sense of oppression from the bottom of his heart. Mo Jianli immediately knew that the water creature's strength was definitely not much weaker than his. Therefore, He did not dare to be slow. He hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "My fellow immortal, whoosh." The black fish did not allow Mo Jinli to speak. It opened its mouth, and a water-blue light, which was even more powerful than the huge sword, pierced towards Mo Jinli. Clang! Mo Jinli was prepared. He reached out his hand, and the flying sword landed in his hand. He gathered his essence force and hacked with all his might. Boom! With a huge sound, the blue light was dissipated by Mo Jinli's attack, but he himself was also sent flying several feet away before he finally stopped with a pale face. Mo Ming, hurry up and ask him. Mo Jinli did not stop and immediately shouted, "Yes, Martial Uncle." Li Mo Ming's face was a bit pale. He hurriedly opened his mouth and made a strange sound. It seemed that he was talking to the black fish. At this time, Xiaohua had already flown over. He looked at the black fish who was talking to Li Mo Ming with an unfriendly face. Seeing Xiaohua's face, Mo Jinli hurriedly said, "Senior Xiao, don't worry. Mo Ming is good at using the Yao language. He can understand the language of the water creatures. Look at this water wall. It is condensed and not moving. This water creature of Liaojiang River seems to be waiting for something. I think we should ask him first." Who would have thought that before Mo Jinli could finish speaking? With a wong sound, the black fish demon spat out another ray of light, piercing towards Li Mo Ming with incomparable speed. Looking at the withered yellow eyes of the black fish demon, there was actually a kind of impatience and disdain. Clang! Li Mo Ming was already on guard. He hurriedly swung his flying sword. However, he was far weaker than Mo Jinli. As soon as he touched the light, the flying sword was immediately shattered. The black fish's light did not stop at all. It quickly pierced towards Li Mo Ming's chest. Seeing that Li Mo Ming was about to die under this light, Xiaohua did not have enough spiritual power at this time. His eyes were burning with anger, but there was nothing he could do. Woo! At this critical moment, Li Mo Ming's chest swelled. He opened his mouth and spat out a red stream from his mouth. Boom! It hit the light, and he took the opportunity to retreat quickly. The red stream blocked 70% of the light, but there was still 30% that rushed out of the red stream. However, this 30% only cut off half of Li Mo Ming's hair. It did not kill Li Mo Ming. Li Mo Ming might have been scared, or maybe it was because the red stream consumed too much of his spiritual power. Li Mo Ming's originally pale face did not have a trace of blood. It was difficult for him to even stand still in the air. Without waiting for Mo Jinli's order, Jidong immediately flew over and supported Li Mo Ming. Roar! The black fish was furious again. Its body swayed, and a huge wave rose to the sky. Kacha! Without waiting for the black fish to make another move, Xiaohua's forehead glowed green. A ball of green light rushed into the sky. Following the appearance of this green light in the sky above Liaojiang River, lightning flashed and thunder roared. The appearance of the lightning was extremely strange and extremely fast. The black fish had just noticed it when a thumb-sized heavenly lightning struck down. Zalala! The heavenly lightning was like a burning red spear. It directly pierced through the black fish's body. Those 1-foot-long scales were instantly pierced through. A wave of roasted fish fragrance came from the black fish's body. Roar! The black fish felt the pain, and his body shook. With a roar, he spat out a fist-sized pearl. The pearl flew out, bringing with it a wave of water, and rushed straight into the sky. His body slid and fell into the waves. He actually wanted to escape. The pearl brought with it a wave of water, like a water dragon coming out of the sea, and welcomed the rain-like lightning. Kacha! Another few loud sounds. Not only was the pearl smashed into pieces, even the black fish was hit by the heavenly lightning again. The strangeness of this heavenly lightning was definitely out of the black fish's expectations. It could actually pass through the river water and directly hit his body. This time, the black fish was not as lucky as the last time. The heavenly lightning struck his chest. Several streams of black blood gushed out. The blackfish's body flapped a few times. It was no different from an ordinary blackfish. His belly turned white, and he floated to the surface of the Liao River. Mo Jianli was shocked. Xiao Hua's attack was too cruel and too fast. He did not even have the chance to warn Xiao Hua before the blackfish was killed by Xiao Hua. Not only that, but Xiao Hua's lightning and thunder technique had a range of 1 mile. Other than the blackfish, the other aquatic creatures were also killed or injured. Therefore, Mo Jianli said anxiously, "Senior Xiao, don't kill like this first. What? Things have come to this. Do you still want to get information from these aquatic creatures?" Xiao Hua looked at the blood on the river and said coldly. Mo Jianli bit his lips and nodded. "I know that Senior Xiao is powerful, but, Senior Xiao, unless you can kill all these aquatic creatures, otherwise, the danger of Longevity Town's destruction will never pass. The lives of hundreds of thousands of people in Longevity Town will not be saved. If Senior Xiao only wants to defeat Little Gold Temple, then I will ask Xingqian to admit defeat." "Haha, Mo Jianli." Xiao Hua laughed and pointed his finger. "Are you afraid that I will anger the aquatic creatures and they will pour the river water into Longevity Town? Are you trying to find out the purpose of flooding Longevity Town from the water tribe?" "That's right." Mo Jianli nodded. "Senior Xiao, even if you can kill all the aquatic creatures, they only need to release the water wall. The lives of hundreds of thousands of people will disappear in an instant. Senior Xiao, you are happy. You can leave, but what about the students of Longevity College and the monks of Little Gold Temple? You are too careful." Xiao Hua shook his head. "Besides, I didn't kill the aquatic creatures in front of Monk Xingqian just to defeat Little Gold Temple, as you think. Didn't you see? You asked Li Mo Ming to talk to the aquatic creatures, but they ignored him. If you don't beat them until they feel pain, they won't talk. Besides, looking at the situation, even if I don't do anything, they won't let the lives of the hundreds of thousands of people in Longevity Town go. Since that's the case, why can't I take their lives with me? Don't worry. If the hundreds of thousands of people in Longevity Town die, I will kill all the aquatic creatures in Liao River." Mo Jianli naturally knew that Xiao Hua's words were reasonable. Without strength, one had no right to speak. However, he was still afraid of angering the aquatic creatures. Just as he was about to defend himself, several powerful elemental thoughts swept out from Liao River. The entire Liao River became even more turbulent. When the elemental thoughts swept past Mo Jianli, he was so scared that he couldn't close his mouth. In a voice of disbelief, he moaned, "Aquatic creatures with elemental power beyond second level. How could they appear here?" Of course, the elemental thoughts of the aquatic creatures were much more powerful than Mo Jianli. He couldn't judge the strength of the aquatic creatures at all. Besides, there was more than one of them. How could he not be scared? Not to mention Mo Jianli. Even Xiao Hua's face turned pale when he saw the spirit power of the spirit creature, which was similar to his spirit power, sweep across the area. Then hundreds of enormous water-kind creatures came out of the water in a radius of tens of miles. Chapter 32:16. These weren't ordinary water creatures. The black fish spirit from before had already shocked Xiao Hua, but in front of these water creatures, the black fish spirit was like a child. These aquatic creatures were several hundred feet tall, and the scales on their bodies were comparable to millstones. Blackfish demons did not have many teeth in their mouths, but these aquatic creatures had fangs that were more than a foot long. What was special was that their mouths were extremely wide, and the 2 rows of fangs were completely exposed. The white color of their fangs was tinged with a bloody light, and they were extremely bloodthirsty. After these water creatures floated up, the wall of water suddenly increased by 10 feet, and the waves became even more turbulent. "Humph," Xiao Hua sneered. "Since we can't avoid it, then let's kill a few more first." Then another dark green brilliance appeared, and the lightning that had just subsided appeared again, one after another. The heavenly lightning bolts were like vigorous, swimming dragons, roaring in the air as they pounced towards the hundreds of water creatures. Oh. Roars and whimpers rose one after another, as if all the water creatures knew that danger was coming. Following the roars, pillars of water sprayed out from the water creatures' mouths. These pillars of water seemed to be light, but also like river water, azure blue in color. When the pillars of water reached about 10 feet in the air, they fell back down with a hua sound. The moment they fell, each pillar of water blossomed with a chrysanthemum-like brilliance. This brilliance quickly extended like a huge tentacle, fusing together upon contact. In the blink of an eye, a layer of azure blue water appeared under the heavenly lightning. Rumble! Hundreds of lightning bolts fell at the right time, smashing onto this brilliance. The layer of water was smashed down by more than half a foot, and the lightning bolts violently swam above the brilliance, melting countless brilliance in the lightning. However, in just a moment, the lightning bolts actually disappeared in the water. These water creatures probably have the strength of a third-level origin energy. Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed, his heart trembling. He understood that today's situation was not good. Although the Soul Cultivator's lightning and thunder technique is mysterious and can create something out of nothing, but its power is still too weak. It can't compare to the Dao Sec's lightning drawing technique. Although Xiao Hua's heart was filled with regret, his movements were still not slow. A green light flashed between his eyebrows again, and a dozen bolts of heavenly lightning were born from the water. Boom! This time, Xiao Hua had learned his lesson. He did not launch a large-scale attack, but instead, a dozen lightning bolts poured down on a huge aquatic creature's body. After a series of thunderous rumbles, the huge body of the aquatic creature trembled violently and sank to the bottom of the water. Even if he wasn't killed by Xiao Hua's sneak attack, it seemed like he had lost more than half of his life. Say, Elder, Mo Jianli was not only shocked by the power of the water kind, he was also shocked by Xiao Hua's mysterious lightning-controlling spell. His impression of Xiao Hua changed again, but he still begged, "You have already hurt them. Why don't we let Mo Ming go and ask?" If what? Xiao Hua frowned and turned around to look at the 100,000 innocent villagers of the immortal town who were running for their lives even though they had already sensed the danger. He shook his head and said, "Is there any room for negotiation in such a situation? Even if there is room for negotiation, what about this Xiao's grudge with the water kind?" The current Xiao Hua was no longer as indecisive as he was in the Xiaoyu continent. After the baptism of blood, the test of life and death, he gradually revealed his ferociousness. Towards some specious matters, he had completely made his own decision. Elder Xiao, Mo Jianli smiled bitterly. This junior came to the immortal town to save these 100,000 villagers. Seeing that there is a glimmer of hope, how can this junior not try? Elder's grudge with the water kind is for the sake of the villagers of the immortal town. This junior is not talented, but I am willing to bear this grudge with Elder. Even if this junior dies in the hands of the water kind, I am willing. Can you do it? Xiao Hua smiled faintly. Although death is easy, there is no value in dying. What's the use of you dying? This junior knows that he is incompetent. His cultivation is only a fraction of Elder's. Mo Jianli said sternly. Elder will not believe this junior's words. Of course, this junior can also use my Chongyun Sec's name to bear this grudge for Elder, but this junior can clearly tell Elder. This time, the Chongyun Sec did not pay enough attention to the disaster of the immortal town. This junior does not dare to use the Sec's name to vouch for Elder. Moreover, this disaster of the immortal town should be handled by the government of the country of Shi. Elder has seen for himself. The power of the government here is really weak. Forget it. Xiao Hua saw that Mo Jianli was clear and waved his hand. Fellow immortal Mo, there is no need to say any more. This Xiao does not mind. I just want to kill as many people as I can before the disaster of the immortal town arrives. use their lives as a sacrifice to the dead. Fellow immortal Xing Chun, come quickly. Hearing this, Imo Jianli hurriedly waved his hand. Not far away, Xing Chun and the others were also stunned. However, their cultivation was also low, so they could not help. Now that they heard Imo Jianli's call, they immediately flew over. Elder Xiao, fellow immortal, Xing Chun hurriedly asked, "Do you have a plan?" Imo Jianli looked at the messy, huge sea beasts on the water wall and said in a low voice, "We do not have a plan yet. Right now, we want to find out why these sea beasts are attacking the immortal town. Elder Xiao will take charge of the situation here and intimidate the sea beasts. We will escort Li Moming over and work together with the sea beasts." Okay. At this point, Xing Chun did not remember the bet he made with Xiao Hua. He hurriedly said, "We will do as you say." Seeing Xiao Hua nodding silently and frowning at the hundreds of sea beasts, Imo Jianli did not know what he was thinking or whether he was choosing the next target to attack. Imo Jianli hurriedly led the group to the water wall. Kacha! Another clap of thunder sounded, and it hit the water wall in front of Imo Jianli and the others. A hole about 3 meters wide appeared on top of the water wall, and this hole was surrounded by lightning. On one hand, it prevented the seal from healing, and on the other hand, it prevented the hole from growing bigger. Imo Jianli and the others did not dare to rush through the seal. They only protected Li Imo Ming at the hole and shouted some strange syllables into the water wall. The 3 continents are really messy. Xiao Hua was speechless. There are Confucian cultivators, Buddhist sects, and even the demon race. There is even the Dragon Palace. Their languages are all different. It is so troublesome to speak. If I have time later, I will ask Li Imo Ming to learn the language of the sea beasts. Oh, why are the sea beasts not moving? And there are no sea beasts coming to deal with them? Could it be that the host has not come out yet? While Xiao Hua was puzzled, the turbulent water surface of the Liao River suddenly calmed down. The hundreds of huge sea beasts flew out of the water. Under the scorching sun, there were only shadows and specks of golden light on the surface of the river. Xiao Hua almost rubbed his eyes to see if he was dreaming. Of course, it was only for a moment. Gurgle, gurgle. With a loud sound, tens of thousands of bubbles rushed out of the river like boiling water. In an instant, they covered a dozen miles of the river's surface. Then, a group of soldiers dressed in armor, holding bright weapons, and even carrying banners surged out of the river. This time, Xiao Hua really wanted to raise his hand to rub his eyes. He muttered, "Damn it, I am seeing ghosts." Of course, when had Xiao Hua ever seen such a scene on the Xiaoyu continent? Xiao Hua was extremely curious. With a sweep of his divine sense, he saw clearly that this group was made up of hundreds or even thousands of sea beasts. There were fish and prawns, birds and crabs. There were also a few strange sea beasts that Xiao Hua had never seen before. However, these sea beasts were not in human form. They were 2 to 3 times bigger than a normal person. They were not holding weapons with their hands, but claws or pincers. These sea beasts were also wearing strange armor. There was some red rust on the armor and some seaweed. This armor seemed to be protecting the sea beasts and hiding their cultivation. Xiao Hua could not see through their strength for a moment. However, looking at the intelligent eyes of these sea beasts, Xiao Hua knew that these sea beasts were definitely stronger than normal cultivators. Xiao Hua had just finished looking when he heard a loud sound from a group. The body of the giant sea beast that Xiao Hua had just shot down slowly appeared on the surface of the river. The body of the sea beast trembled slightly. Obviously, it did not die. However, the lightning had not dissipated, so it could not move freely. After the body of the sea beast came out of the water, it did not stop. It continued to rise. Then, Xiao Hua saw a long and thin arm appear under the body of the sea beast. See, Xiao Hua took a deep breath. He understood that the sea beast that was about to come out should be the person in charge of the array. Moreover, seeing that this sea beast could lift the giant sea beast with one hand. Its strength must be ridiculously strong. Under the gaze of Xiao Hua, Imo, Jinli, and the others, another shocking scene appeared under the long and thin arm. Xiao Hua originally thought that this arm belonged to a strange sea beast. He would not be surprised if it was a fish. However, what appeared in the end was actually a 3-chi-long midget. Moreover, this midget was human. Not only did it have 4 limbs, it also had facial features. The funniest thing was that this midget was riding on a giant seahorse. Looking at the incomparably huge sea beast on the midget, and then looking at the incomparably huge seahorse below the midget, Xiao Hua almost fell down from the sky laughing. Mo Jinli and the others were different from Xiao Hua. They didn't even have time to laugh, because the dwarf's gaze swept across them. His cold, steel-like primordial spirit swept across them. They shuddered, and a feeling of being in an ice cave involuntarily rose from their hearts and bodies. Liemo Ming, who was shouting just now, opened his mouth. He did not dare to make any sound. It was as if he attracted the attention of this midget, he would be killed by this midget's gaze. Chapter 32:17. Of course, when a midget's gaze landed on Xiao Hua's smile also froze on his face. Moreover, this smile appeared extremely awkward. A kind of seriousness emerged from Xiao Hua's smile like a seed bursting out of the ground, instantly blooming on Xiao Hua's face. Damn it, this guy is probably at the 4th grade of origin energy, right? Xiao Hua had no way of knowing the exact cultivation of this midget, but from this aura, he was absolutely shocked. Looking at this formation, Xiao Hua couldn't help but be puzzled. 103rd grade origin energy subordinates, and this 4th grade origin energy person in charge of the formation, they don't even need some bullshit Liao River's water to destroy the entire longevity town. Why did they take off their pants to fart? Could it be this longevity town is hiding some secret? Did I block a disaster for them? Woo! That midget waved his hand, easily throwing the giant sea beast to the side. A few sea beasts immediately caught it. Immediately after, the midget loudly shouted a few times. Whoa! The entire Liao River was surging with wind and clouds as hundreds of hurricanes were born. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth rushed toward the surface of the river. Then, a blue light flashed repeatedly on the surface of the river. The hundreds of huge sea beasts transformed into 3 zhang tall giants one by one. However, although these giants had armor on their bodies and looked incomparably brave, their eyes were not as shrewd as the sea beasts from before. G. That midget casually ordered a few more times. Those 100 burly men roared in unison, then scattered towards the edge of the water wall. At the same time, the hundreds of people in the team also waved their banners, and even the sound of war drums could be heard, as if they were eager to give it a try. Senior Xiao, that Liemo Ming was very anxious. Without even reporting to Mo Jinli, he hurriedly shouted, "These sea beasts are going to activate the restriction and flood the longevity town." What are they going to do? Why do they want to flood the longevity town? When Xiao Hua heard, he was also very anxious. He didn't dare to be negligent, and without thinking, his figure flew up and rushed towards the flaw of the restriction. Oomph! This time, Xiao Hua understood. He coldly snorted like a human. He saw the dwarf raise his head and casually wave his hand. A blue brilliance appeared on the surface of the water and rushed towards him. It looked like a very ordinary radiance. Xiao Hua scanned it with his divine sense, and his face was filled with shock. Without thinking, he waved his hand and similarly threw out a dozen fireball talismans. Rumble. Sure enough, every trace of that blue brilliance contained an enormous amount of power. As soon as it came into contact with Xiao Hua's fireball talisman, it immediately exploded, and the air within a radius of several tens of meters surged. Mo Jinli and the others naturally could not stay in the vicinity. They hurriedly dodged. As for Xiao Hua, he was also blocked outside the restrictive spell. Chirp, 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 chirp. Seeing Xiao Hua block his brilliance, the dwarf unconsciously raised his eyebrows and cried out, "I don't understand. Don't just blabber." Xiao Hua sneered and raised his voice to speak to the pygmy chicken and duck. Senior, Li Mo Ming was brought over from afar by Mo Jianli. He shouted, "He's asking you if you killed his subordinates." "Oh, answer him." Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "If he wants revenge, then come at me. However, I still have to ask him who they are." "Oh, what kind of water clan are they? Why do they use so much strength to flood Longevity Town?" Yes, if it was any other question, Li Mo Ming would naturally have answered. However, this involved killing. If he was not careful, it would bring disaster to Xiao Hua. Li Mo Ming did not dare to be careless. He could only ask Xiao Hua first. Now that he received Xiao Hua's permission, he immediately shouted. Sure enough, this time, the dwarf spoke. However, looking at Li Mo Ming's helpless expression, Xiao Hua somewhat understood. These water clan were definitely not the brainless trash that he thought. It was not difficult for him to show a bit of sincerity. They would not answer honestly. Sure enough, Li Mo Ming said awkwardly, "Senior, this person only said he took your head, then he will answer. Then let him come and take it." Xiao Hua waved his hand without hesitation. As long as he has the ability, let him come. Yes, Li Mo Ming really admired Xiao Hua to the point of prostrating himself in admiration. This kind of courage was definitely something he couldn't reach. That dwarf seemed to be somewhat impatient. He casually dealt with Li Mo Ming while commanding his own team. "Senior," Li Mo Ming smiled and said, "That person asked you to send your head over yourself." "Okay, I will go over now." Xiao Hua nodded. "You all, if you can't, then leave early." From the looks of it, these water clan do not intend to keep you all. If Senior does not leave, then we will not leave either. Mo Jianli replied indifferently. He turned and said, "Mo Ming, you all leave. We have already done our best." Xingchen was somewhat unwilling. He turned and looked at the chaotic Longevity Town. His gaze seemed to be somewhat expectant. He then said, "This monk will also accompany Senior Xiao." "Ha, good." Xiao Hua waved his hand and took out the heaven-leveling staff again. He laughed and said, "Let me see what kind of methods these water clan have." "Senior," Li Mo Ming suddenly said. Junior just vaguely heard something. "They seem to be looking for someone." "Looking for someone?" Xiao Hua was stunned. He stopped and said, "They need to flood Longevity Town to find someone?" Xiao Hua asked back. Li Mo Ming's face turned red. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Senior, disciple." Disciple only vaguely heard it. "I am not sure. And if you don't leave, then slowly listen." Xiao Hua nodded. "I will go and meet this person. However, you all wait. Sai, if you can leave, then leave. I am afraid that I am unable to protect you all now. Moreover, if you all leave, you can save 1 or 2 people." After speaking, Xiao Hua no longer paid attention to them. He activated his flying talisman and rushed into the water wall's restriction. Seeing Xiao Hua enter, that dwarf sneered and did not stop him. "You brat." Once Xiao Hua rushed into the water wall, he did not say anything. He waved his hand, and the heaven-leveling staff was raised. With a roar, it flew towards the dwarf. The dwarf seemed to not have expected Xiao Hua to come so quickly. He had not finished arranging some orders. However, he did not seem to care. He sneered and clapped his hand. Similarly, a halberd-like weapon appeared out of nowhere. At the same time, his figure flew up from a seahorse. He stepped on a water-like cloud and met Xiao Hua head-on. The first time was always a test, so Xiao Hua didn't dodge. He was extremely confident in his own heaven-leveling rod and strength. Boom! An intense rumbling sound suddenly rang out. Not only did it deafen everyone's ears, even the water of the Liao River, which was originally surging violently, was set off by violent waves at the same time. One of the 2 figures that were charging at each other was actually sent flying. What made Xing Chun and the other's eyeballs almost fall out was that the figure that was sent flying was Xiao Hua. and not that 3 feet tall dwarf. Xiaohua, who had the strength of 10,000 caddies and the heaven-leveling staff, was extremely heavy, was actually not a match for this dwarf. Damn it, is he still human? Xiaohua himself was also shaken to the point of dizziness. His arms were sore and numb. He was practically shaking his heavy head as he thought in disbelief. This Xiao was really wrong. This guy, I'm afraid he's not human. Xiaohua suddenly realized he should also be a member of the Water Clan. Moreover, he should be a transformed Water Clan. Senior, be careful. Mo Jinli's voice was extremely anxious. Xiaohua was startled when he heard it. He quickly scanned with his divine sense. Sure enough, that dwarf had turned into a water-like light again. He quickly passed through the waves of water. In a few breaths, he had already arrived near Xiaohua. This kind of battle tactic was previously used by Xiaohua to kill other cultivators. Now, the Water Clan was using it to deal with Xiaohua. How could Xiaohua not know the strength of this dwarf? However, he could only clench his teeth and wave the heaven-leveling staff again. He activated the flying talisman to stabilize his body and began to fight with this dwarf. Fortunately, Xiaohua's ethereal steps did not require too much transcendence energy. That heaven-leveling staff technique was also very mysterious. Even if his strength was not as strong as that dwarf, he could still hold on for a few rounds. As the dwarf and Xiaohua fought to a draw, the Water Clan above Liao River had already begun to move. First, hundreds of giant Water Clan transformed into burly men and lined up behind the water wall, covering a range of several dozen li. Then, these Water Clans spat out demonic chi from their mouths, which gradually melted into the restriction. The water wall began to leak out. The water wall within several dozen li was even more turbulent than a flood that broke through a dam. It surged towards Longevity Town. Xiaohua looked at this water wall. He was really furious in his heart. He wished he could beat this dwarf into meat paste with his staff. Since his heart was sluggish, Xiaohua could not avoid being found a flaw by the dwarf. The sky piercer swept over, forcing Xiaohua to raise his staff to meet it. Boom! Another loud sound rang out. Xiaohua's figure was smashed into the water. Ha ha! That dwarf seemed to be extremely happy. He did not chase after Xiaohua and only loudly ordered his subordinates. Those fish, prawns, and other creatures that were waving banners actually crossed the water wall and flew towards Longevity Town. Stop! Mo Jinli, who had been enduring all this time, could no longer bear it. He waved his hand and took out a book from his chest. He angrily said, I am Chongyun Sex Mo Jinli. This Longevity Town is where my Longevity Academy is located. If you all take even half a step, this Mo will not be polite anymore. Unfortunately, even though Li Mo Ming was at the side speaking, those prawn soldiers and crab generals did not care at all. Forget it, Mo Jinli angrily roared. The book in his hand rushed into the air. Then he pointed his finger. A ray of sword light hit the book. Oh, a gust of wind rolled up. That book slowly opened in the air. Inscriptions on armor flew out from the book and hit the prawn soldiers and crab generals like hailstones. Accompanying these inscriptions was an indescribable spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Boom, boom, boom. A series of sounds rang out. Dozens of prawn soldiers and crab generals flashed with blue water light. Cracks appeared on their bodies. A crisp sound rang out. Several water pillars that were thicker than buckets rushed from Liao Zhang's side and hit the book. The book closed with a schwa sound and fell from the air. Mo Jinli spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression was dispirited. He hurriedly caught the book. Chapter 32:18. Woo! With a loud sound, a water column soared into the sky. At the top of the water column, Xiaohua rushed out of the river with an angry expression. He looked at Mo Jinli and shouted, Fellow Taoist Mo, you should hurry and save the villagers before these fishes and shrimps. Without waiting for Mo Jinli to speak, he roared again, Fight with me for another 300 rounds. As he spoke, he waved the heaven-leveling staff again. Unexpectedly, he didn't dodge at all and directly smashed towards the dwarf. Roar! That dwarf also roared. He waved his hand, indicating for his subordinates to disperse. He himself also waved the sky piercer and flew toward Xiaohua. Boom, boom, boom. After several consecutive head-on clashes, Xiaohua was sent flying every time. However, every time, Xiaohua would fly back bravely. This made the dwarf a little dumbfounded. He couldn't help but feel a trace of respect in his heart. In his impression, this kind of brave general who didn't care about his life seemed to be really rare. Unfortunately, this dwarf still overestimated the stingy Xiaohua. At this moment, Xiaohua was laughing loudly in his heart. Damn it, I spent a lot of effort to refine the earth crystal Yao milk in my body, but the results weren't good. I didn't expect that every time I hit it, the earth crystal Yao milk in my body would be shaken loose. Refining it would be much easier. Looks like I have to let this guy hit me a few more times. If this sky piercer hits my body, wouldn't the results be better? However, looking at the glittering sky piercer, Xiaohua didn't dare to test it with his life. Boom! Like a dam bursting, the water wall finally collapsed completely. The entire Liao River's water suddenly poured into Longevity Town. The scene was comparable to the heavenly river falling into the mortal world. I'll beat you to death, you monster! When Xiaohua heard this, he thought of the pitiful little floating corpse in the water. His eyes turned red. This was hundreds of thousands of lives. They were going to die in the water just like that. Xiaohua roared and attacked the dwarf. He was powerless to save these mortals. He could only use his own strength to kill this dwarf. With this attack, all the distracting thoughts from before disappeared. Boom! Although Xiaohua's anger soared to the sky, his strength was still much weaker than the dwarf. In the end, ideals and hatred couldn't replace cultivation. He was still sent flying. When Xiaohua was sent flying, a green light flashed between his eyebrows. GG. Seeing Xiaohua being sent flying again, the dwarf shouted loudly. Then he pointed at the water wall, and then at Li Mo Ming. Mo Jianli and the others had already left to save the mortals in the village. Li Mo Ming was still guarding the place. Beside Li Mo Ming, Xing Chun and the other 3 monks did not leave. They took out their alms bowls, which emitted Buddhist light, and covered the river water. The river water was attracted by the Buddhist light and was sucked into the alms bowls. Senior, Limo's voice was heard. The water tribe said that they saw you risking your life. They said that their purpose was to come to the Longevity Town to find their princess. Their princess ended up in Longevity Town. She used to have some aura, but now she's gone. Princess? Xiaohua sneered. Why are they looking for the princess? Could it be that their princess needs to rely on water to distinguish? Oh, I understand now. Xiaohua suddenly slapped his forehead and shouted in his heart. Is she the little sister that Lu Yi took in? The one called Xiao Yun? I seem to have put a yellow talisman on her. Thinking of this, Xiaohua hurriedly wanted to use the flying talisman to return to the River Tide Temple. However, right now, the wall of water was even more majestic than the peak of the flood. Even if Xiaohua went back and found Xiao Yun, he was afraid that the entire Longevity Town would have been completely submerged by the river, right? When Xiaohua saw the alms bowls of Xing Chun and the others, his eyes lit up and he shouted, Li Mo Ming, quickly go to the River Tide Temple. The princess they're looking for is there, the girl in the wooden barrel. Li Mo Ming was shocked. Then he became ecstatic and shouted at the dwarf. Unfortunately, the dwarf did not pay attention to him and only stared at Xiaohua like a tiger watching its prey. Li Mo Ming looked at the flood that had already passed 3 li. How could he dare to be negligent? He hurriedly urged his sword to fly towards the River Tide Temple. Although the River Tide Temple was beside the Liao River, it was still several li away from this location. Fight! Xiaohua's eyes turned. He raised the heaven-leveling staff and charged at the dwarf again. The dwarf was naturally not afraid. The heaven-leveling staff and the sky piercer collided again, but this time it seemed to be different. When Xiao Hua touched the sky piercer, his figure immediately flew back and rushed into the river water, disappearing in an instant. Oh! The dwarf was stunned, but he did not care. He swept with his origin will and looked in the direction of the longevity town. Amipa! A loud and clear Buddhist chant came from another direction, and then a simple Buddhist sense swept out. Martial ancestor. When Xing Chun sensed this Buddhist sense, his tears were about to fall. He persevered for so long, looking forward to the stars and the moon. Wasn't it because he was still hoping for a fluke in his heart, waiting for this Buddhist sect expert to appear for a fleeting moment in the morning? However, when Xing Chun looked in the direction of the voice, he was stunned again. He saw a cultivator wearing strange clothes, holding a small bottle in his hand, flying over from the waves. It was not the monk wearing a kasaya he expected. This person's face is so familiar. Xing Chun was bewildered. He looked at Xiao Hua's changed face and thought very strangely. But where has disciple seen this martial ancestor before? Ever since Xiao Hua sent the Buddha Saraira into his Naiwan palace, his telekinesis could freely form Buddhist seals in his hands. He no longer had to use his hands to disguise himself and activate the Buddha Saraira outside his Naiwan palace. At this time, after changing his face, he immediately took out the water bottle from the Buddha Saraira in his Naiwan palace and held it in his right palm. That water bottle still had the willow branch inserted into it. My Buddha is merciful, excellent, excellent. Xiao Hua raised his left hand and chanted the name of Buddha. Then, with a wave of his hand, the water bottle emitted a faint Buddhist light and rushed into the air. At the same time, Xiao Hua's hands formed seals. One after another, Buddhist seals rushed out of his palm and landed on the water bottle. G. That dwarf was extremely puzzled. He looked at the direction Xiao Hua disappeared in, and then looked at the familiar Xiao Hua. He scratched his head in bewilderment and opened his mouth to shout. Unfortunately, Li Mo was not here at this time. No one knew what he was saying. Well, a gust of wind came out of the water bottle. This gust of wind, under the control of Xiao Hua's Buddhist sense, immediately covered a radius of several dozen li. Withdraw! Xiao Hua's tongue was like spring thunder. His hands slowly formed Buddhist seals and slowly hit the water bottle. A huge suction force came out along with the gust of wind. Like a huge tentacle, it covered the river water within several dozen li. Then, with a strong grab, all of the river water rushed toward the water bottle with this force. Thump, 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 thump. A burst of drum-like sounds came out from Xiao Hua's Naiwan palace. The Buddha Saraira in the Linglong Pagoda started to vibrate rapidly, as if it was a heartbeat. After that, it started to shrink rapidly, and the Buddha aura around it also became abnormally dim. Clearly, Xiao Hua's telekinesis was not enough to completely unleash the power of the water bottle. Even the Buddha Saraira was somewhat damaged. But fortunately, the Buddha Saraira's Buddhist light dimmed. The exquisite pagoda emitted a myriad of scattered lights that slowly fell on the Buddha Saraira. The Buddha Saraira sent out a faint Buddhist sense, and the Buddhist fire also sent out a continuous stream of telekinesis. Amitabha, disciple Xing Chun of the Yunlin Temple greets Grandmaster. Xing Chun chanted the name of Buddha. He actually knelt down in the air and said loudly, "Disciple represents the 160,000 people of Longevity Town to thank Grandmaster for his great kindness." Amitabha, disciple thanks Grandmaster for his great kindness. Xing Kong and the rest also chanted the name of Buddha and knelt down in the air. The four people's voices were extremely loud, like thunder in the sky. It directly shook the ears of everyone within several li looking at that posture. It was as if they used all of their cultivation on this lion roar. They were afraid that the people of Longevity Town would not be able to hear it. The Buddhist sect divine ability was indeed impressive. When the lion's roar landed in their ears, everyone who panicked and lost their sense of propriety calmed down for a moment. It was also at this moment that they saw from high up in the sky Xiao Hua's solemn and dignified expression. That shocking scene. The river water that was enough to engulf the entire Longevity town was like a sparkling trapped dragon that was captured by Xiao Hua's compassionate eyes and obediently kept into that ordinary-looking small bottle in front of him. Inside the small bottle, the willow branch was calm. The green on the willow branch made people feel like they were reborn. Umipa. An old man knelt down on the ground and kowtowed toward Xiaohua. 2, 3, 10, dozens, hundreds of villagers all knelt down. Moreover, this kind of piety was like a kind of wind rapidly blowing from Longevity Town to every corner. Thousands, tens of thousands, these people who were originally at the end of their rope in despair when they saw a chance of survival, which one of them did not have a kind of absolute trust? Which one of them did not offer their purest piety to this great divine ability in front of them? Which one of them did not place their hopes of survival on this brave person who bravely stepped forward? Woo! A sound like a dragon's roar sounded. The suction force of the clear water bottle suddenly doubled. The river water that had already rushed out for several li was suddenly sucked back into the clear water bottle. See? I see. How could Xiao Hua's telekinesis be so powerful? However, the telekinesis of tens of thousands of people, the power of faith of hundreds of thousands of people was enough to ignite the Buddhist fire in Xiao Hua's Buddha Sarira. It was enough to double the telekinesis of Xiao Hua's Buddha seal. G. Seeing Xiao Hua take out a Buddhist artifact, the dwarf seemed to have understood something. His face became solemn, and he waved his hand, putting away the sky piercer. Then he shouted a few words in a loud and solemn voice. He grabbed downwards with his hand, and a blue brilliance fell towards the river water below his feet. The moment it touched the river water, it immediately rippled, and in an instant it extended for dozens of li. Roar! The dwarf roared loudly. He raised his hand, as if he was lifting a heavy object. The water of Liao River suddenly rose by more than 10 zhang. Chapter 32:19. The dwarf let out a strange cry again. The brilliance around his body flashed rapidly, and a water dragon that was even larger than the water dragon on Xiao Hua's clear water bottle pounced out from the dwarf's hands, charging towards the clear water bottle. Motherfucker, I won't make a fool of myself, right? How could Xiao Hua not know that his disguise had been seen through by this midget? He was afraid that this midget would think that he wanted to compete with him in terms of divine abilities. That was why he put away his sky piercer and wanted to use the water from Liao River to break his water bottle to compete with him. However, Xiao Hua had previously used the clear water bottle to collect innate true water, but he didn't collect so much river water. At that time, collecting innate true water was as easy as lifting one's hand. This river water had already reached Xiao Hua's limit, and with the addition of the dwarf's river water, how could Xiao Hua withstand it? However, if Xiao Hua didn't accept the dwarf's challenge, this river water would probably be even more powerful than the previous river water, right? Looking at the people of Longevity Town kneeling on the ground and the faint power of faith, Xiao Hua sighed. Ba, if there is a netherworld, I will go first. If there is bliss, I will go last. If I don't save the people, I will waste my time. If there's a disaster today, I will bear it. If I don't enter the sea of bitterness, who will? Just as Xiao Hua's voice fell, the huge river water rushed down majestically, smashing onto Xiao Hua's Buddhist consciousness. That Buddhist consciousness was originally invisible, but now that he was controlling the clear water bottle, it was one with the Buddhist light. Under the impact of the river water, Xiao Hua's Buddhist consciousness was severely injured. PFFF, he spat out a mouthful of blood essence, which landed on the clear water bottle. Xiao Hua's body trembled, and the Buddhist light around him swayed at the same time, like a dim light that was about to be extinguished in the wind at any time. Ba. Buddha is merciful. Xing Chun, Xing Kong, Xing Min, and Xing Fan were shocked. They hurriedly urged their psychokinesis, throwing out 4 alms bowls, which landed around Xiao Hua's body. As they chanted, the weak Buddhist light rushed into Xiao Hua's body. Merciful Buddha, save the Buddhist sect in distress. Seeing the imminent danger, the hundreds of thousands of people in the longevity town who had already prostrated themselves were all anxious. They chanted the name of Buddha and kowtowed to the ground. Forget it. Xiao Hua saw that the Buddhist light of his Buddha Sarira was somewhat dim and the power of thought he sent out was already weak. He couldn't help but sigh and make a decision in his heart. Why is this Xiao so unlucky? Dao Sect's cultivation has yet to recover. Now, only the 4th grade Buddha relic is intact. Just now, I reveal my Buddhist cultivation and the clear water bottle could not control it. Today, I can only abandon this Buddha relic and use this relic to exchange for karma to see if it can support the clear water bottle. Since he had made his decision, Xiao Hua's Buddha Sarira came out of the exquisite pagoda. Just as the Sarira rushed out of his Niwen palace, a loud and clear sound suddenly resounded in the heaven and earth. Bursts of Sanskrit chants came out as heavenly flowers sprinkled down one after another. One after another, beautiful heavenly maidens danced in the void. Namo Guan Im Bodhisattva, Namo Buddha, Nan couldn't, Namo Monk. It was because of the Buddha. Fate with Buddha. Buddhism and Dharma were interrelated. I'm always happy and quiet. I read Guan Im Bodhisattva in the morning. I read Guan Im Bodhisattva in the evening. Thoughts arise from the heart. Chanting Buddha without leaving one's heart. Tian Luo Shun. Di Luo Shun. Separation is difficult. Difficult to leave. All calamities turn to dust. Namo Maha Prajna Permitha. Every word and sentence was like a murmuring stream that fell into everyone's ears along with the Sanskrit chants. Namo Guan Im Bodhisattva. Everyone was enlightened and chanted along with the Sanskrit chants. Strands of thought power turned into gossamer threads and rushed into Xiao Hua's Buddha relic. The Buddha relic that was already preparing to melt gradually gave off a Buddhist light. Chirp, chirp. In the distance, when the dwarf saw this, hesitation appeared on his face. He looked at the clear water bottle that seemed like it could hold all rivers in the sea. Although the item's Buddhist light was still trembling, under the clear water bottle, Xiao Hua's hands that were forming seals had already stabilized. The faint Buddhist light seemed to flicker eternally. Although Xiao Hua's compassionate eyes didn't look at him, when his gaze swept past, it seemed like those eyes could see through him. Roar. In the instant the dwarf hesitated, a strange roar that seemed to come from some inexplicable source came from the Sanskrit chants. The heavenly maiden who had just said that she was barehanded and barefooted suddenly turned into a myriad of demons. These demons were grotesquely shaped, ferocious, and pounced toward Xiao Hua with their bloody mouths. Pooh! Bodhisattva Buddha fruit! Xing Chun, who was prostrating at the side, almost shouted with an incredulous voice, as if he was afraid that others couldn't hear him. Grandmaster wants to attain Bodhisattva Buddha fruit? Attain fruit? When Xiao Hua heard this, he wasn't surprised. He had heard Hanju talk about attaining fruit in the ruins of the Buddhist sect. Of course, he had also heard this during the battle with the demons. However, he had never thought that he would be able to attain fruit when he had just cultivated to the 4-chi golden body. In particular, he didn't know anything about attaining fruit. What did he have to pay attention to in attaining fruit? He didn't know anything about the benefits of attaining fruit. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua was now a senior of the Buddhist sect, so he naturally couldn't ask about this kind of thing. The most important thing was that he was doing his best to support the clear water bottle and collect the river water that was rushing into the longevity town. He simply didn't have the spare energy to ask anything. He could only blindly persist. However, looking at Xing Chen's extremely envious gaze, Xiao Hua also knew that he had encountered a good thing. Since it was a good thing, then what was the point of asking? Unfortunately, at this moment, clang, the sound of a sword rang out. In the distance, Mo gently activated the sword light and flew over with a little girl in his hand. He was still shouting, "The princess is here! The princess is here!" Whoosh! Without waiting for Mo gently to fly closer, the dwarf waved his hand. A long aqua-blue arm grew out from under his body and fell into Mo gently's hand like a waterfall. In an instant, it took the girl away. The action was so fast that Mo gently couldn't react at all. When the girl fell into the dwarf's hand, the dwarf opened his mouth and roared into the sky. It was really a sound that shook the 9 heavens. Then, with another wave of his hand, thousands of light threads flew out from his body and fell on the Liao River. Whoosh! Like the falling tide, the river water that was rushing towards Xiao Hua's clear water bottle immediately fell into the Liao River. Strangely, as soon as the river water retreated, the demon that was rushing towards Xiao Hua immediately changed its face and turned into a heavenly girl. However, the heavenly girl and the heavenly flower only lasted for a few breaths, then gradually disappeared. The chanting and the chanting also disappeared at the same time. What a pity! Xing Chun couldn't help but moan. He called out with great regret, "Grandmaster only needs the Tianma test to achieve the fruit." Then he turned around and looked at Mo gently. His gaze almost pierced Mo gently into 1,000 holes. Ba. Good. Xiao Hua also felt sorry in his heart, but he didn't take it to heart. He murmured and activated the clear water bottle again, not daring to neglect it. The dwarf took the girl and slowly fell into the river. The shrimp and crab soldiers that rushed into the immortal town waved their flags and flew back. At the same time, the hundreds of giant sea beasts that turned into burly men slowly turned into members of the water tribe. The water of the Liao River also slowly fell back. Grandmaster, seeing that the matter was over, Xing Chun still knelt on the ground. He looked up at Xiao Hua and said in a low voice, "Disciple dares to ask for Grandmaster's name. May I know?" When Xing Chun said this, Mo gently beside him looked as if he had seen a ghost. He said hurriedly, "See God, my lord?" See God, my lord of the River Tide Temple?" All of a sudden, Xing Chun was also shocked. Although he had never been to the River Tide Temple, when he discovered Xiao Hua's Buddhist consciousness in the early morning, he also used his Buddhist consciousness to explore the River Tide Temple. Naturally, he also saw the golden body of the sea god, but it was in a hurry, so he couldn't remember it clearly. Now that Mo gently called him, Xing Chun immediately remembered. As for Mo gently, naturally, because Li Mo knew that his flying speed was not as fast as Mo gently's, Mo gently told Xiao Hua's words to Mo gently. It was the golden body that Mo gently saw in the main hall when he rode his sword to the River Tide Temple. Ba. Xiao Hua saw the water of the Liao River recede rapidly. He clasped his hands together and smiled. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Turn back, and the shore is at hand. Then he pointed at the clear water vase. The Buddhist artifact fell into his hand. His body slowly flew into the distance. Mas. Grandmaster. Xing Chun was about to call out when he saw Xiao Hua forming a seal with both hands. The word Lin emerged from his Buddhist seal and spread out in all directions. Xing Chun's expression immediately changed. 9 words mantra? My Buddha is merciful. The 9 words mantra has descended upon the hidden immortal continent. Guanyin Bodhisattva, merciful salvation. Disciple respectfully sends Bodhisattva off. Namo Guanyin Bodhisattva. Xing Chun's voice was so loud, and he used the lion's roar. Many villagers in Longevity Town heard him, and they all chanted Bodhisattva's name. Mo gently frowned, but when he saw Xiao Hua's figure getting farther and farther away, he also lowered his head, not daring to say anything. Of course, he knew that Xiao Hua didn't achieve Bodhisattva's Buddha fruit. Xing Chun said that because he had other intentions. When Xiao Hua's figure finally disappeared, Xing Chun didn't dare to use his Buddha's awareness. Mo Jianli and the others didn't dare to use their divine sense either. Mo Jianli looked around and asked curiously, "Fellow immortal Xing Chun, where is Senior Shao?" Sigh. Senior Shao was defeated by the Water Tribe. He was shot down from the Liao River before Bodhisattva arrived. Xing Chun said indifferently, "He hasn't shown up for so long. I'm afraid he's dead." Senior. Mo Jianli was anxious. He used the eye-clearing technique and looked at the Liao River. At the same time, he sent a message to Li Mo Ming and the others to search for Xiao Hua together. Xing Chen's face carried a hint of arrogance. He looked at the panicking and praying townspeople in the distance, then lowered his head to look at the place that had been flooded by the river water. He waved his hand and said, "Xing Kong, one of you three will return to Shao Jin Temple and inform Mingyu of the situation here. Have him send out disciples to calm the townspeople down. The two of you will patrol the area and see if there are any water tribe hiding or bandits making trouble in the chaos." Grandmaster C.I. Hang defeated the water tribe. Our Buddhism sect has blessed Longevity Town. Don't let this blessing turn into water. I'll accompany you to search for Senior Shao of Taoism. Chapter 32:20. Yes, disciple understands. Xing Kong, Xing Min, and Xing Fan bowed in the air, their faces full of pride. Yes, raising a hand to save 100,000 lives. Only half a step away from attaining the Bodhisattva Buddha fruit. This was definitely rare even in the Western paradise, let alone in the hidden immortal continent, where Confucianism flourished. Moreover, Xing Kong and the others were able to witness this grand occasion of attaining the Bodhisattva Buddha fruit. It was also greatly beneficial to their own cultivation. How could they not be excited? Taking a step back, the merit of saving 100,000 lives, whether it was Xing Chun or Xing Kong and the others, they could all get a little bit of it. When they returned to the Cloud Forest Temple, they might even be sent to the Western Paradise to be recorded in the Buddhist scriptures. Seeing the three of them leave, Xing Chun smiled and urged his body to fly towards Liaojiang. He already understood in his heart that regardless of Xiao Hua's life or death, Taoism had already been defeated. Jiangchao Temple would definitely not exist in Longevity Town in the future. Not only that, Longevity Academy, which was previously so powerful that Shao Jin Temple could not shake before, would definitely not be Shao Jin Temple's opponent in the future. Just now, at the critical moment, Xing Chun easily sensed the power of the 100,000 lives. This kind of the purest worship and piety from the heart had been deeply engraved in the hearts of the 100,000 villagers of Longevity Town. In the future, they would definitely abandon Confucianism and enter Buddhism. Whenever there was any danger, they would think of the scene of Xiao Hua holding a bottle to save the lives of the people. The image of Xiao Hua, that Buddhist cultivator C.I. Hang, would also appear in their hearts. It is also because of the instantaneous convergence of the power of the 100,000 lives that Grandmaster C.I. Hang attained the Bodhisattva Buddha fruit. Thinking of the grand occasion just now, Xing Chun could not help but feel regretful. This kind of opportunity, how many times can one encounter it in one's life? What a pity. If Mo Jinli did not come to make trouble, my Western paradise would have another Bodhisattva. Hateful. Could it be that Mo Jinli did it on purpose? Even if he came a moment later, Liao Jiang would still be taken into the Buddhist artifact by Grandmaster and would not cause any damage to Longevity Town. If Grandmaster C.I. Hang missed this opportunity, I don't know when he would encounter such an opportunity again. Thinking of this, Xing Chun was suddenly stunned again. He sucked in a cold breath and frowned. That's not right. The lives of the 100,000 lives are indeed heavy, but it's impossible to attain the Bodhisattva Buddha fruit in one go. For an ordinary disciple of Buddhism, a Bodhisattva Buddha fruit is already very good. Why did Grandmaster C.I. Hang suddenly? Could it be? Where is Senior Shao? Where is Senior Shao? Just as Xing was feeling a little shocked, a hoarse voice came from not too far away. Xing looked up and saw that it was Chongyun's sex, Li Mo Ming. Senior Xiao is the one who saved the calamity today. If it wasn't for him taking in the princess of the Water Clan, if it wasn't for him blocking the attack of the Water Clan, Li Mo Ming really admired Xiao Hua to the point of prostrating himself in admiration. The anxious look on his face was definitely not fake. Ahem. Xing coughed lightly and said, "It's too early to talk about this now. Let's find Senior Xiao as soon as possible." Li Mo Ming bit his lips and glanced at Xing with some resentment. However, he flew toward Liao Jiang without another word. Martial nephews. Xing looked at Ji Dong and Xiu Jian, who had just arrived, and said, "Mr. Mo and I are enough. You should hurry up and help the villagers in Longevity Town. They still don't know that the crisis is over. I'm afraid they'll stir up trouble again." Ji Dong and Xiu Jian gave each other a look and then said with a smile, "There are government officers and soldiers in the town, as well as martial nephews and junior brothers from Little Gold Temple, and even more so my Long Life Academy's 100 disciples. There's no need for us to go, right? Right now, we should focus on finding Senior Xiao of Jiangchao Temple. He's the one who saved the calamity after all." Then, without waiting for Xing to say anything, the two of them cupped their fists and hurriedly flew to Liaojiang. Under Mo Jinli's command, they split up and searched in the depths of Liaojiang. "Ba, fellow immortal Mo." Xing flew over and said in a low voice, "Where should I go to find him?" "Fellow immortal Xing." Mo Jinli's face had a trace of sadness. He pointed to the left and said, "I've already looked around here. There's no trace of Senior Xiao. When they were fighting, I wasn't near here. Fellow immortal, did you see where Senior Xiao's body flew after he was defeated?" Xing thought for a while and pointed in a direction, saying, "It should be that place. However, I was also using my mental force to absorb the river water with my Buddhist artifact. I didn't look carefully. Besides..." Then, Xing hesitated and said, "Senior Xiao killed many members of the Water Tribe and was regarded as a great enemy by the Water Tribe. Senior Xiao couldn't defeat that dwarf. Even if he wasn't killed, he would be severely injured. Although Ancestor Ci Heng showed up in the nick of time, Senior Xiao fell into the water. The Water Tribe is ferocious and cruel. Senior Xiao is probably dead." Alas! At this moment, Liaojiang was very murky. Sand and sand were floating in the air, and there were even some remains and dead trees that were washed back from Longevity Town. Moreover, the current was still turbulent, far more tranquil than before. Mo Jinli looked at the shadows in front of Liao Jiang and sighed. "Although I don't want to be too optimistic, Senior Xiao stood out bravely in the face of so many barbaric members of the Water Tribe. If he didn't attract the attention of the Water Tribe, how could we wait for Senior Ci Heng of the Buddhist sect? Therefore, if we can't find Spiritual Master Zhao's trace, even if we can't find his remains, we can't give an explanation to Jiangchao Temple and the villagers of Longevity Town, can we? Besides, the most important thing is, I can't give myself an explanation." Mo Jinli looked away from the river, looked into Xing eyes, and said word by word. Indeed, Xing avoided Mo Jinli's aggressive eyes and said, "I think so too. Let's split up and search. We'll go into Liaojiang and check. I hope those Water Tribe members won't spoil Senior Zhao's remains." Okay. Mo Jinli didn't want to argue with Xing. He only felt that Xing was too arbitrary and subjective. After nodding, he pointed again and said, "Fellow immortal, go over there. I'll go in the opposite direction." "Okay." Xing didn't say much. He followed Mo Jinli's finger and flew into Liaojiang. He released his Buddhist awareness to check carefully. The winner takes all. The loser takes all. Mo Jinli sighed as he flew. Senior Xiao was brave, but he was defeated by the Water Tribe. Even if he did make some contributions, they're all gone now. Today, the Buddhist sect won a great victory and took in 100,000 disciples. Longevity Academy will be in a difficult situation in the future. In the depths of Liaojiang, the waves were more rapid and there were more and more debris. Most of them were big and small planks. It seemed that many boats on Liaojiang were destroyed by the water tribe. Mo gently bit his lips. He didn't know if Longevity Town was the only one attacked by the water tribe or if other places were also attacked by the water tribe. A sharp sword sound came from afar. Oh! Mo Jianli was overjoyed. He hurriedly raised his head to look. Indeed, he saw a familiar sword light soaring into the sky a few miles downstream of Liao River. Okay, Mo Jianli didn't dare to be careless. He stepped on his flying sword and flew towards the sword light. At the same time, he used the eye-clearing technique. He was eager to know whether Xiao Hua was alive or not. Seeing Mo Jianli fly away, Xing Chun was also shocked. A cloud appeared under his feet, and he followed Mo Jianli. He also released his Buddhist awareness. When the two of them saw Li Mo Ming and Ji Dong supporting the drenched Xiao Hua and flying over at almost the same time, the feeling in their hearts changed again. Xiao Hua, who was being supported by Li Moming, looked extremely tired and powerless. However, there's a trace of a smile on his pale face, as if he already knew that the tens of thousands of people in Longevity Town had managed to escape with their lives. Mo Jianli smiled from the bottom of his heart. He shouted from afar, "Senior Xiao?" Mo Ming said that you fainted in the river. If you weren't caught by a rock, who knows how far you would have fallen. How are your injuries? Longevity Town is safe now. The 100,000 people of Longevity Town thank you for your protection. Xiao Hua smiled faintly. He looked at the two people beside him and said, "If I wasn't injured, why would I need the help of two juniors?" However, this old man has already heard from Mo Ming that immortal friend Mo brought that princess out of the tidal river temple and returned her to the water tribe. This is all thanks to immortal friend Mo. Mo Jianli didn't answer. He carefully took out a jade box and handed it to Xiao Hua. He said, "Senior Xiao, this is the healing medicine of Chongyan sect. I'm afraid it can't be compared to your Taoist golden core. However, this is a token of my appreciation. Please accept it." "Oh, medicine? Very good." When Xiao Hua saw this, he received it with a smile. After opening it, he saw a few black and fragrant pills inside. With a slight sniff, he naturally knew that the main ingredients inside were ordinary healing spiritual herbs. Without any hesitation, he took one out and ate it. He even said, "This poor Taoist is embarrassingly short on money. How could I have any golden pills?" This poor Taoist appreciates fellow Taoist Mo's kind intentions. Seeing that Xiao Hua didn't stand on ceremony, Mo Jianli was very happy. He said in a low voice, "This is just an ordinary pill. If senior's injuries are too serious, please go to Longevity Academy to rest. Junior will send people back to Chongyun sect. No need." Xiao Hua waved his hand and kept the jade box. He said, "I'm just a little tired. When I was fighting with the dwarf, I was injured by his huge strength and fainted. I only have some internal injuries. Mo Ming's pill is useless. Soon, I will be able to move freely." "Very good, very good." Mo Jianli was even happier. At this time, Xingqian also rushed over and bowed respectfully to Xiao Hua. "Ha ha ha!" Xiao Hua waved his hand and said proudly, "Xingqian, when we were fighting in the arena, you and I made it clear that whoever could save the most villagers in Longevity Town would be the winner. Now, I fought the water tribe and found the princess they were looking for. The hundreds of thousands of people of Longevity Town were saved by me. Your Xiao Jin temple has lost." Chapter 32:21. Xing Cheng glanced at Mo Jianli, who was standing to the side with an unpleasant expression, and said with a faint smile, "Senior Xiao fought the water tribe with all his might, and in the end, He even found the princess that the water tribe was looking for. Let alone the hundreds of thousands of villagers in Longevity Town, even the little Golden Temple and Longevity Academy would like to thank you. No need. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, I was just passing by the Longevity Town. It doesn't matter if the people of the Longevity Town remember me or not. The Shaojin Temple only needs to remember the bet and leave the Longevity Town. However, Xing Chun smiled again and said, Senior, you did protect the Longevity Town, but how many villagers did you save? Senior, you might not have saved more than the disciples of the Buddhist sect. As for the winner of the bet, I won't talk about it. Fellow immortal Mo, please be the witness. Xiaohua is stunned. He looks at Mo Jianli, whose face is a bit gloomy, and says curiously, although I didn't directly save those villagers, I can't say that I lost to Xingchen because I fought against the aquatic creatures, right? Besides, I found their princess. Didn't that solve the crisis of the Longevity Town? If I can't win, does that mean Xingchen won? Fellow immortal Xingchen. Mo Jianli smiled and said, I remember you said that we have to compete with the Taoist sect and the Buddhist sect to save more people, or to see which sect can solve the crisis of the Longevity Town. Whoever wins, right? Xingchen thought for a moment and nodded. That's right. Ancestor Ci Hang of the Buddhist sect saved more than 100,000 villagers of the Longevity Town. Isn't that a victory? I didn't pay attention before, but now I understand. Mo Jianli frowned. Fellow immortal, you didn't mention the Shao Jin Temple or the Cloud Forest Temple, but only the Buddhist sect. Did you expect Ancestor Ci Hang to come? That's right. Xing Chen didn't hide it. I sensed Ancestor's Buddhist awareness at dawn. But fellow immortal also said that apart from saving the most people, whoever can avert the calamity of the Longevity Town will be the winner. Mo Jianli blandly said, word by word. Elder Shao put the woman the waterkind were looking for in Jiangchao Temple. If he didn't tell us to send her back to the waterkind, how could this disaster be solved? This. Xingchen paused, then rolled his eyes. Fellow immortal Mo, you're wrong. The Tide Temple, the Tide Town, to be honest, the Tide Temple caused the crisis. If it wasn't for the fact that this woman was at the river in Tide Temple, how could the immortal town be forced by the water tribe? Tide Temple and the Tide Temple, the Tide Temple and the Tide Temple, the Tide Temple and the Temple, the Tide Temple and the Tide Temple, and only Tide Temple, only Temple, and the Tide Temple, the Tide can. Tide Temple and the Tide Temple will be the... Xiaohua snorted coldly and looked at Xing Chen coldly. Xing Chen was so scared that he shrank his neck. Then he clenched his teeth and said, what Junior said is the truth. Many things happened after Senior fainted. You can punish me however you want, but the villagers of the Longevity Town are not blind, deaf, and mute. The truth will spread to the country of Xi and even you province. Xiaohua stared at Xing Chen for half a cup of tea, then flew out from Li Mo Ming and Jidong support. He looked at Mo Jianli coldly and asked, what happened after I fainted? Who is Ancestor Ci Hang? Mo Jianli felt helpless. He had been thinking about Xing Chen's words over and over again. The root of the crisis of the Longevity Town was the Water Tribe princess in the River Tide Temple. The Water Tribe must have sensed the girl's aura in the Longevity Town, so they came to find her. But they couldn't find her anywhere, so they decided to flood the town. It could be said that Xiaohua called the Water Tribe princess out of the River Tide Temple and solved the crisis. That was what Mo Jianli wanted to say. But the problem was, why was the Water Tribe princess in the River Tide Temple? If the Water Tribe princess wasn't in the River Tide Temple and the Longevity Town, this crisis wouldn't have happened. Especially, Mo Jianli had heard from Xing Chen that there was a threat in his words. Xing Chen was saying that he would spread the news that the Water Tribe princess was in the River Tide Temple. Mo Jianli knew that the villagers wouldn't think too much about it. They would only think that the Water Tribe flooded the Longevity Town because of the Water Tribe. That was to say, the River Tide Temple was the one that the Water Tribe wanted to flood, and the Longevity Town was just the fish in the moat. With this misunderstanding, even if the Rivertide Temple still existed on the Rivertide Ridge, when Xiao Hua left, Xiao Jian and Yuan Yu would be killed by the people of the Longevity Town. Success and failure of the Longevity Town was because of the princess. Mo Jinli said bitterly, "Senior, you don't know." Then, Mo Jinli told Xiao Hua about how Grandmaster Ci Heng used a water bottle to block the flood of Liao River. Xiao Hua was pretending to be mysterious, but he was also very bitter in his heart. In fact, when he was hiding just now, he had thought things through. Since he showed up with the identity of Ci Heng from the Buddhism sect, then the Rivertide Temple was bound to lose. He had lifted a rock and smashed it on his own feet. But obviously, it was impossible for him to reveal his cultivation base of Taoist sect and Buddhist sect completely without understanding the situation in the country of Shi and the hidden immortal continent 10 days after he woke up in the Longevity Town. Especially in these few days, he had seen the grudge between the Buddhism sect and the Confucian cultivators. This was the hidden immortal continent. If he revealed his cultivation of Buddhism, he would be a lonely ghost without any background. Wasn't he looking for death? The consequences of exposing himself were more serious than smashing his own foot with a stone. However, in that kind of crisis, when Xiao Hua hadn't recovered his cultivation, how could he not use his cultivation of Buddhism? That was an unavoidable choice. Alas, Xiao Hua sighed, "Boundless Taoist master. So there was Senior Ci Heng after me." With such a merciful heart, he saved hundreds of thousands of lives with his own strength. The whole Longevity Town bowed down to him. "I am ashamed of my inferiority." Forget it. Xiao Hua's depression was fake, but in fact it was real. When he was still cultivating in the West Sea, the wishful steel staff could already break the body of a 5th or 6th grade demonic beast. But today, he met a 4th grade elemental energy demonic beast, and he couldn't defeat him. This really made Xiao Hua depressed. Of course, Xiao Hua couldn't use the Heavenly Laws embodiment technique now, so the power of the wishful steel staff was reduced by 40%. Moreover, the 5th or 6th grade demonic beast was only a 3rd grade elemental energy demonic beast. But Xiao Hua, who had always been proud of his strength, couldn't even defeat a 5th grade demonic beast. How could he be happy? Seeing that Xiao Hua was about to admit defeat, Mo Jinli hurriedly said with a smile, "Senior Xiao, although your cultivation is not as good as Senior Ci Heng's, your contribution is not small either. This matter involves the Little Gold Temple and the Jiangqiao Temple. Monk Mingyu and Taoist Xiao are not here. It's useless for us to say more. Let's go back to the Longevity Town and settle the villagers first. It won't be too late for us to discuss this matter." Xing Chun was originally smiling, but after hearing this, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He understood that Mo Jinli didn't want to give all the credit to the Buddhism sect. In particular, Mo Jinli wanted a rope in Xiao Hua and didn't want the Jiangqiao Temple to leave the Longevity Town. Xing Chun didn't say anything, but he sneered in his heart. "That's true." Xiao Hua thought for a moment and nodded. "This old man is just Jiangxing City's helper. The outcome of the battle will depend on Xiao Jian's judgment. This battle was also started by him and Mingyu." Speaking of this, Xiao Hua thought of something and turned to Li Mo Ming. "Nephew Li, did you hear anything from these aquatic demonic beasts? Have these aquatic demonic beasts lived in Liao River for a long time? What kind of aquatic demonic beast is that dwarf? Why is he so powerful? I have some magical powers, but in front of him, I'm really vulnerable." "Senior," Li Mo Ming hurriedly said with a smile, "Junior only heard some words about princesses and people. Their language is different from the language of ordinary demonic beasts, so they may not be able to understand Junior's words. Oh, by the way, there are 2 demonic characters on their banners, Heavenly Abode. I've never heard of this place in all the demonic realms I know." "As for that dwarf," Mo Jinli said with a smile, "Senior, you don't have to think too much about it. He must be a demonic beast. However, he has been cultivating for a long time and can already transform. Senior, You must have seen clearly that the legs of that demonic beast are different from those of humans. They are extremely thick and webbed. It's not easy for demonic beasts to cultivate. Their bodies are generally several times stronger than those of humans. Senior, you use the weakness of humans to compete with the strength of demons. Naturally, you will lose. Of course, we didn't expect that you could hold on for so long. Hee, let's not talk about it. I've already been knocked unconscious. Thinking about it, although this dwarf only had the strength of a fourth-grade essence power, his intelligence was much higher than that of old Monster Sia. Of course, this dwarf's body must have been tempered. It was normal for him to not be able to defeat him with just his strength. Thus, Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand. Without saying anything else, they flew back to Longevity Town. At this time, Longevity Town had gradually regained its peace. Although most of the townspeople had no cultivation, they were different from the townspeople of Dawn Rain Continent. They often saw demonic beasts. It was not that Liao River had not been destroyed by the aquatic demonic beast before. However, this time it was too big. The commotion was far greater than before. This made them feel hopeless. Now that the danger was over, most of the townspeople had calmed down. The chaos and disorder that Xiaohua imagined did not appear. Now that the townspeople had settled down, Zhu Junfeng and Zhen Masterming came to greet them separately. The two of them had obviously received the news. Zhu Junfeng's face was a little gloomy, far from the excitement of surviving a calamity. Zhen Master Mingyu's expression was the complete opposite. He also did not have the sorrow that Longevity Town should have. His expression of exultation was obvious, even though he did not speak. Chapter 32-22. Has Ancestor CI Hang left? Monk Mingyu called out as soon as he saw Xing Chun. I wanted to invite him to stay at Shao Jin Temple for 2 days. He is the great benefactor of the town of Longevity. Countless benefactors want to see his face. Umipa, Ancestor CI Hang, is an expert who wants to attain the Bodhisattva Buddha fruit. Why would he stay at Longevity Town? He must have heard some news, so he hurried over from afar to eliminate the calamity of the Longevity Town. Now that the calamity is over, he must have gone to another place. Xing Chun said faintly. It's a pity that I can't pay my respects to him and see his face. Monk Mingyu said regretfully. He left, but he left his golden body behind. Xing Chun naturally knew what Zen Master Mingyu meant. He smiled and deliberately didn't finish his sentence. Monk Mingyu was stunned. Martial uncle, why do you say that? How can Ancestor CI Hang have a golden body? Didn't he fail to attain the Bodhisattva Buddha fruit? Xing Chun pointed in the direction of River Tide Temple. Ancestor CI Hang's golden body is in River Tide Temple. He has fate with Longevity Town. In the past, he saved tens of thousands of people in Longevity Town. Now, he saved tens of thousands of people again. If you want to pay your respects, you could go to River Tide Temple. Monk Mingyu cried out. So this River Tide Temple wasn't originally a Taoist temple, but the temple of Ancestor CI Hang of Buddhism? Of course. Xing Chun and Mingyu asked and answered each other's questions very smoothly. Xing Chun stole a glance at Xiaohua. Xiaohua was also speechless. He was thinking about Taoist Master Zhao's image, so he used the golden body of the river and Tide Temple. However, he didn't expect that the stone not only smashed his foot, but also broke his leg. Monk Mingyu, Mo Jinli asked, where is Taoist Shao Jian of River Tide Temple? Is he still at Shao Jin Temple? This poor monk received the news and immediately rushed over from the small gold temple. However, when this poor monk left, the benefactors that gathered at the small gold temple also left in a hurry. I presume that Taoist Shao Jian was among them. Mo Jinli looked at Zhu Junfeng and said earnestly, Junfeng, the immortal Buddha ceremony at the Longevity Town today is very interesting. I must report this to my elders. However, apart from today's ceremony, there is also the competition between the small gold temple and the river and tide temple. We still need to give them a result. Haha, this matter is already so obvious. What results do you need? Zen Master Ming Yu said with a smile. Even if Taoist priest Xiao doesn't leave the Jiangchao temple, from today onwards, the one who visits the Jiangchao temple will be the golden body of our Buddhist sect's benevolent bodhisattva. Does a Taoist disciple, like him, have the face to stay in the Jiangchao temple? I still need this little monk to explain this matter to Xiao Jian. Xiao Hua sneered, directly calling Zen Master Bright Moon little monk. Yes, I understand. Zen Master Bright Moon did not care about this. Being able to chase away the river and tide temple, and with ancestor Si Hang's saving grace, the small gold temple's reputation in the longevity town had spread. Its future development would definitely not be inferior to Longevity Academy. Taoist Xiao seems to be over there. Mo gently pointed in the direction of the small gold temple and reminded Zen Master Bright Moon. Thank you, Senior. Let's go. Zen Master Bright Moon said with a smile. The earlier we settle this matter, the more time Taoist Xiao can return to the river and tide temple to pack up. Otherwise, when the benefactors come to Jiangshang City to burn incense and express their gratitude, Taoist Xiao, it won't be convenient for you to return to the river and tide temple, right? Humph. Xiao Hua snorted coldly and flew down first. Xing Chun frowned slightly and glared at Zen Master Bright Moon before flying down as well. Xiao Jian, who was sitting on the worn-out donkey cart, no longer looked as confident as before. His brows were tightly knitted, as if he was thinking about something. Seeing Xiao Hua and the others fly down, he hurriedly jumped down from the donkey cart and bowed. Greetings, seniors. You already know the cause of the matter, Xiao Hua said indifferently. Although this old man has made some contributions, after all, I am still far from Senior Si Hang of the Buddhist sect. Of course, my river and tide temple also found the princess of the water tribe, so the contribution is not small. It's hard to say who will win and who will lose. You're the abbot of the river and tide temple, so you should discuss this matter with Dean Zhu and Abbot Brightmoon. This junior has only heard some rumors. I don't know the specific situation. Xiao Jian heard that Xiao Hua seemed to admit defeat and had the same reaction as Mo Jianli. He hurriedly said, "Let's ask the small gold temple to explain this matter clearly. Even if I die, I want to die as a ghost." It's very simple. Xing Chen glanced at Zen Master Bright Moon and decided to personally go up and explain the matter in detail. This junior thanks senior for helping us out. Xiao Jian didn't know about the Water Tribe Princess, but he was quick-witted and had already heard the hidden meaning in Xiao Hua's words. After Xing Chen finished, he bowed to Xiao Hua and said, "If senior didn't pass by the longevity town, this junior wouldn't even have the idea of challenging the small gold temple. Not to mention today's narrow victory. Everything senior did was for the sake of the small gold temple. This junior won't have any complaints. Senior, please don't think too much about it." Then, Xiao Jian looked at Zen Master Bright Moon and said with a smile, "Great Zen Master Bright Moon, listen to this. Senior Xiao of the Taoist sect found the Water Tribe Princess and even fought against the Water Tribe commander. Although he didn't win against the commander in the end, he still bought time for Senior Si Hang to arrive. Of course, Senior Si Hang used the heaven-wielding weapon to turn the tide and collect the water of Liao River, saving the lives of hundreds of thousands of people in the longevity town. This merit can't be erased. It's also not something Senior Xiao can compare with. However, this Liao River's water is probably endless, right? If Senior Xiao didn't find the Water Tribe Princess, this junior doesn't know how long Senior Si Hang could hold on. Oh, of course, this junior isn't questioning Senior Si Hang's cultivation. This junior just, how can your Taoist sect understand the magical power of my Buddhist sect? Xing Chun snorted coldly. Senior Si Hang is already a bodhisattva. In that case, a Buddhist weapon can contain the water of 3 rivers and 4 seas. What's a mere Liao River? Of course this junior understands this, Xiao Jian said with a smile. Even if Senior C.I. Hang was able to collect the water of Liao River, what if the Water Tribe commander led the Water Tribe to attack, while Senior was using his magical power? Senior C.I. Hang's strength alone wouldn't be enough, right? If Senior M.O. didn't send the Water Tribe princess out of my tidal river temple in time, my small gold temple acknowledges this merit. Zen Master Bright Moon said indifferently. Today is the immortal Buddhist ceremony. As the representative of Confucian cultivators, it's natural that Senior M.O. contributed to defeating the Water Tribe of Liao River. It wasn't known if Zen Master Bright Moon and Xing Chun had spread rumors, but what Xing Chun said was consistent. They both gave the final credit to Confucian cultivators. This is clearly my small gold temple's merit. Xiao Jian seemed to have underestimated the Buddhist sect's sophistry. He was a bit flustered. If Taoist Xiao sent that girl to Liao River, I can naturally take it as your small gold temple's merit, Zen Master Bright Moon said unhurriedly. Xiao Jian was truly flustered and exasperated. However, he rolled his eyes and said with a fake smile, "Ah, Mingyu, I told you clearly that day that your small gold temple and my tidal river temple would compete in the arena. That battle just now didn't end. Why don't we start over?" Who didn't know how to act shamelessly? Xiao Jian's skin seemed even thicker than Mingyu's. Of course, Zen Master Bright Moon's eyebrows didn't move. He didn't even raise his eyelids as he said indifferently, "As long as Senior Xiao agrees." This sentence made Xiao Jian feel as if he had eaten a fishbone in his throat. He opened his mouth and his Adam's apple moved a few times, but he couldn't say anything. Xiao Hua was a senior. How could he go back on his words? Xiao Jian didn't expect Xiao Hua to agree. Therefore, Xiao Jian looked at Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua's face was as calm as water. Taoist Xiao. Xing Chen at the side opened his mouth. "It's a bit hurried to argue about the outcome right now. Why don't we return to our respective temples and rest for a day? We'll discuss it tomorrow. How about it?" Oh, Xiao Jian was slightly stunned. He didn't understand why Xing Chen didn't strike while the iron was hot and settle this matter today. However, he was still willing to step on the stairs that were given to him. Xiao Jian's face immediately filled with a smile. He cupped his hands and said, "Senior Xing Chen is right. Junior just heard the details of today's matter and didn't think about it carefully. After all, the outcome of today's matter has a deep impact on both our families. We have to be careful. Okay, tomorrow afternoon, please come to my small gold temple. My small gold temple's monks will be waiting." Zen Master Bright Moon didn't understand, but he still said with a smile. Xiao Hua said indifferently, "I don't want to step into a Buddhist temple." Hee, that's easy. Mo Jianli saw Xiao Hua's rejection of the Buddhist sect and hurriedly said, "Tomorrow afternoon, how about we invite Small Gold Temple's immortal friends and Tidal River Temple's immortal friends to my Longevity Academy?" And Xiao Hua, I didn't want to step into Small Gold Temple. He just didn't want others to think that he was C.I. Hang. All right. Zen Master Bright Moon looked at Xing Chen's confident appearance and nodded. Then he put his palms together and chanted, "Ba. This monk thanks everyone for today's merit. When this monk returns to the temple, this monk will first light incense and pray for everyone's blessings." Xiao Jian looked at Zen Master Bright Moon's hypocritical appearance and curled his lips. He almost snorted coldly. Then he invited Xiao Hua to get on the donkey cart and ordered the silent Yuanya to drive the cart back to Tidal River Temple. The monks of the Golden Temple naturally rode the clouds and left. The Confucian cultivators of the Changsheng Academy naturally rode their swords. Only Xiao Hua, who had the highest cultivation, sat cross-legged on the donkey cart. He let the donkey cart creak as it moved slowly through the Changsheng town after the calamity. Xiao Jian looked at Xiao Hua and wanted to say something. But seeing that Xiao Hua closed his eyes and didn't say anything, he thought that Xiao Hua was healing his injuries and didn't dare to say anything. Xiao Hua naturally didn't know how to heal his injuries, but he immersed his divine sense into his body to check the situation of the earth crystal Yao milk in his body and meridians. Chapter 32:23. The outer layer of the earth crystal Yao milk in my body is a bit loose after the fight just now. I can speed up the tempering. Xiaohua is a bit happy in his heart. Previously, when he was fighting with the dwarf, he already noticed the changes in his body. Now that he has time, he naturally has to check it out. However, the earth crystal Yao milk in my meridians is less loose. The tempering is not much faster than before. This hidden immortal continent is really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. This Xiao has only been awake for 10 days, and the first thing I encountered is the powerful water clan. Whether it is strength or body toughness, this water clan's monster is more powerful than this Xiao. It seems that this Xiao's previous cultivation is far inferior to these monsters. Moreover, this Xiao's cultivation has not recovered, so I can't use any of my powerful techniques. Just relying on the Buddha seal of the Buddha relic and soul cultivation techniques, I may not be their opponent. I still have to think of a way to quickly recover my cultivation. And if I can have some water clan's cultivation techniques, that would be great. Thinking of this, Xiaohuan naturally thinks of Xian Cheng's water avoidance technique. He has already learned Heaven's Eye Connection and also has the clear eyes technique of Confucian cultivators. He can already see the things in the jade eyes. Unfortunately, he still can't read the words in the jade eyes. He can only put the jade eyes aside. Oh, right. Just now I forgot to ask Li Mo about the language of the demon clan. Xiaohua realizes again and sighs. Aye, the 3 continents are really troublesome. To cultivate a cultivation technique, I have to learn a few languages. How can it be more convenient than the Dawn Rain continent? However, the Water Clan's cultivation technique is naturally suitable for the Water Clan. I'm afraid that only the Demon Clan's language can record it completely. If it is written in the language of Confucian cultivators, the content would have already changed. Just like the 9 heavens spirit of Confucian cultivators, how can it be recorded in the language of the Xiozhen 3 kingdoms? It is even more disgusting than trying to draw a tiger, but failing to turn it into a dog. Right? There is also the primordial spirit in the space. Previously, as long as I touch the jade slip, I can see the things inside. This jade eyes can't. But when this Xiao learns the clear eyes technique and can see the things inside the jade eyes, the primordial spirit can also be seen with a touch. It is really strange. Xiao Hua thought of something. It seems that the space isn't omnipotent, and the primordial spirit doesn't know everything. As Xiao Hua pondered, he continued to busy himself with the tempering of foolish old man's mountain shifter. The donkey cart arrived near Jiangchao Ridge. Before it even arrived at the foot of Jiangchao Ridge, Xiao Jian cried out involuntarily. This was going on. When did my Jiangchao temple become so prosperous? His voice was trembling, filled with anticipation and extreme excitement. Xiao Hua opened his eyes, only to see that the mountain path of Jiangchao Ridge, as well as the main road in front of Jiangchao Ridge, was packed with black masses of people. These people, without exception, were all rushing towards the Jiangchao monastery. However, although there were many people and the mountain path was not wide, they were orderly. Everyone was extremely pious as they slowly walked forward according to their own order. The mountain path was wide enough for only a few people to walk on, so there was no congestion at all. What was special was that on the side of the crowd, there were some people who came down from Jiangchao Ridge. These people who came down all had a satisfied and honored expression on their faces. Xiao Hua took a look and understood something. After thinking for a while, he realized that when Xing Chan was telling Xiao Jian the details of the matter, he didn't mention C.I. Hang's appearance. Xiao Jian naturally didn't know that C.I. Hang was the Lord Sea God worshipped by the Jiangchao monastery. Moreover, Xing Chan let Xiao Jian and the others return to the Jiangchao monastery to think. Clearly, he wanted Xiao Jian to see the current situation of the Jiangchao monastery and who these hundreds and thousands of people were worshipping. Alas, Xiao Hua sighed. You can't see the essence of the matter just by looking at the surface. You should go inside the monastery and take a look first. What can I see? Xiao Jian rubbed his hands excitedly, not quite understanding Xiao Hua's meaning. The Jiangchao Monastery is so prosperous. This disciple can't give up. Let's wait until tomorrow and see how this disciple will chase away the bald donkeys of Shaojin Temple. If they don't leave, this disciple will let the longevity town. Xiao Jian originally wanted to say, let the people of the longevity town chase away the monks of Shaojin Temple. But when the words came to his mouth, he seemed to think of Si Hang and immediately shut his mouth. Xiao Hua heard this and shook his head slightly. Taking a step back, he could tell the truth that he was Si Hang. But what was the use of that to the Jiangchao Monastery? He couldn't stay in a longevity town. Today's victory would only bring disaster to the Jiangchao Monastery in the future. Rather than that, so what if he lost to Si Hang? When they arrived at the foot of the Jiangchao mountain, Xiao Jian had Yuan Yu return the lame donkey and the donkey cart to the owner of the tea house, while he arrogantly accompanied Xiao Hua to the mountain path. Ever since Yuan Yu saw Xiao Hua's power on the stage and saw Xiao Hua's arrogance that caused the stage to collapse with a single step, he had always been pensive. Every time he saw Xiao Hua, his eyes would flicker with fanaticism, but every time he would remain silent and his attitude would only become more and more respectful. Good day, everyone. Xiao Jian wanted to invite Xiao Hua to walk in front of him, but when he saw Xiao Hua shake his head slightly, he didn't expose the matter. When Xiao Jian saw the group of pious men and women lining up at the side of the mountain path, he immediately cupped his hands and greeted them with a smile. These people naturally returned the greeting with a smile. This smile made Xiao Jian even more satisfied and even more confident. He greeted them all the way to the mountain path. Unfortunately, just as Xiao Jian was about to step on the mountain path, someone spoke. Taoist, if you want to go to the Jiangchao Monastery to worship the Guanyin Bodhisattva, it's better to follow the order. This kind of delay is disrespectful to the Guanyin Bodhisattva. If the Guanyin Bodhisattva punishes you, not only will it be bad for Taoist, it will also be bad for our longevity town. Guanyin Bodhisattva? Xiao Jian was shocked and hurriedly said, if you want to worship the Guanyin Bodhisattva, you should go to the Shaojin Temple. This Jiangchao Monastery is my Taoist. Just now, when Xiao Hua appeared with the face of Si Hang, the entire Jiangchao town was filled with Sanskrit chants. The Guanyin Bodhisattva's heart sutra resounded throughout the longevity town. Everyone who knelt down was chanting with sincerity. Even the people who were avoiding disaster at the Shaojin Temple were the same. Although Xiao Jian didn't kneel down and follow, he heard it all and naturally knew that this Guanyin Bodhisattva was the title the villagers of the longevity town gave to Si Hang. It's a pity that Xiao Jian claimed to be a Taoist successor and wasn't as pious as the villagers of the longevity town. Thus, he didn't get the news that the Guanyin Bodhisattva's golden body was in the Jiangchao Monastery. As for Xiao Hua, because he had some misgivings, he didn't want him to associate himself with Si Hang and thus didn't remind him. Don't blaspheme the Nanwu Guanyin Bodhisattva. A few robust villagers immediately showed anger on their faces. This Jiangchao Monastery was originally his Taoist temple. His golden body is in the Jiangchao Monastery. When did it become your Taoist temple? Xiao Jian's eyes widened as he hurriedly says, the one enshrined in the Jiangchao Monastery is Taoist Xiao, which is also the golden body of Lord Sea God. You bastard, a robust man says angrily. If you say half a word more, I will take care of you. This blasphemous thing, even if I have to risk being punished by the Bodhisattva. You dare. Xiao Jian's first reaction is to retreat, but then he thinks of Xiao Hua who is behind him. He sticks out his chest and shouts. Xiao Hua says with a smile, Taoist Xiao, why lower yourself to the same level as the people of the secular world? Although this is some Guanyin Bodhisattva's Taoist temple, it is still my Taoist sect's territory. What's there to stop me from returning to my own home? Saying that, Xiao Hua reaches out his hand and grabs Xiao Jian's shoulder. He activates the flying talisman and rushes towards the Jiangchao Monastery. I owe this. Seeing Xiao Hua and Xiao Jian soar into the sky, that robust man is stupefied. His leg goes soft, and he almost kneels on the ground. Although Xiao Hua fought with the Water Clan's commander for a long time, at that time, the villagers of the Longevity Town were in a panic. Not many people saw it, so who could still remember Xiao Hua? What they're grateful for in their hearts is only Si Hang, who had a great momentum at the end. It has to be said that no matter if it is the Taoist sect or the Confucian cultivators, they are far inferior to the Buddhist sect in terms of extravagance and momentum. Although Xiao Hua is not a pure Buddhist cultivator, once he used the Buddhist sect's methods, he immediately attracted so many believers. He used the heaven-leveling staff to fight for half a day, but no one knows who he is. When Xiao Hua and Xiao Jian fly over everyone's heads and land in the Jiangchao monastery, the villagers who do not know the truth hurriedly kneel down. But at the same time, there are many villagers who were about to kneel down when they saw Xiao Hua. Their Taoist robes make them hurriedly stand up. Obviously, in their eyes, the Taoist sect and the Confucian cultivators cannot compare to the Buddhist sect Si Hang, who just saved their lives. There are really a lot of good people in the Jiangchao monastery, but whether they are alone or in groups, they all respectfully enter the main hall. After they sincerely kowtow, they close their eyes and make a wish. Finally, they stand up and walk to the side of the main hall. There is a small table and an open booklet. After these people write something in the booklet, they more or less take out copper or silver from their bosom and put in the merit box on the table. Then, they respectfully leave the main hall and slowly walk out of the Jiangchao monastery. Next to the table, behind the merit box, stands a young man. It is Lu Yi. Lu Yi has a smile on his face like a spring breeze. He smiles at these good people. But from time to time, he looks at the monastery door with a kind of anxiety. When Xiao Hua landed from the sky, Lu Yi can no longer hold it in. He hurriedly rushes out of the main hall and says anxiously, "Immortal Master, where is Xiao Yun?" Xiao Hua and Xiao Jian's landing naturally disturbs the people who are offering incense and praying. Everyone stops and looks at Xiao Hua and the others. Xiao Hua does not pay attention to them and says to Lu Yi in a low voice, "Xiao Yun has already been taken away by her family. We will talk about the details of this matter later. Don't ask too much now. Yes, this little one understands." Hearing that Xiao Yun was taken away by her family, the stone in Lu Yi's heart finally falls. He looks at Xiao Jian, who is walking towards the main hall in a daze, and says in a low voice, "Immortal Master, I don't know why, but suddenly many people come to the monastery to worship the sea god. This little one saw that Taoist Xiao is not here, so I acted on my own." Chapter 32-24. There's no need to say anything more. Xiao Hua admires Lu Yi's cleverness and says in a low voice, "You did well." Hearing Xiao Hua's praise, Lu Yi's face finally shows a smile from the bottom of his heart. Xiao Jian staggered to the top of the hall and stood there. He stared at the sea god's golden body. After a while, he said sorrowfully, "Sigh, Lord Sea God, are you a Taoist disciple or a Buddhist disciple? If your family is a Buddhist disciple, why don't you just get a bald head? Why do you still have hair? Now, Taoist sect is not Taoist sect. Buddhist sect is not Buddhist sect. Let me worship you for so many years." Speaking to here, he turns to the old woman who is preparing to kneel and asks, "This big sister, this Jiangchao temple has always worshipped the golden body of the sea god. When did it become the Guanyin Bodhisattva of the Buddhist sect?" Taoist Xiao. The old woman clearly knows Xiao Jian. Seeing Xiao Jian's dejected look, she says, "You may not know, but just now when the fish monsters in Liao River wanted to pour the water of Liao River into our Jiangcheng town, the Guanyin Bodhisattva appeared. Guanyin Bodhisattva appeared and collected all the water in Liao River. She even chased away all the fish monsters. He saved everyone in our Longevity town. That Guanyin Bodhisattva's face is exactly the same as the sea god. Many people in the town saw it. I heard it from others and quickly came to thank the Bodhisattva for his great kindness, so that he can bless our longevity town every year. See, hearing this, Xiao Jian takes in a breath of cold air and unconsciously turns to look at Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua helplessly nods, indicating that these words are true. Seeing Xiao Hua nod, Xiao Jian immediately understands the meaning behind Xing Chen's retreat. Since the sea god is the Guanyin Bodhisattva of the Buddhist sect, even if he wins tomorrow's debate and can stay in Longevity Town, he can't stay in Jiangshao Temple anymore. Since he can't stay in Jiangshao Temple, where can he go? And even if Shao Jin Temple loses, the Buddhist sect is no longer in Shao Jin Temple. He can still come to Jiangshao Temple. Right now, the Jiangshao Temple was even more popular than the Shao Jin Temple. Who knew if there would be a Jin Temple in the future? Forget it. After seeing through Xing Chen's sinister intention, Xiao Jian's mouth twitched slightly. Flinging his sleeves, he let out a sigh and walked out of the palace. Coming to the front of Xiao Hua, he bowed and said, "Senior Xiao, our Jiangshao Temple has been defeated." He was able to save the lives of hundreds of thousands of people. So what if he was defeated? Xiao Hua said faintly. These words were meant for Xiao Jian to hear, but they were also his own thoughts. That's right. Senior, you're right. Xiao Jian nodded. If I can protect Longevity Town from being drowned by the Liao River, I am willing to be expelled from Longevity Town. Xiao Hua nodded. Exactly. Senior, please wait a moment, Xiao Jian smiled and said. Disciple will pack up and leave Longevity Town with Senior. All right, Xiao Hua didn't want Xiao Jian to leave with him. But looking at Xiao Jian's somewhat lonely appearance, he felt a bit guilty and nodded in agreement. Xiao Jian walked into the East Room. In just half the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, he walked out with a bitter smile and said to Xiao Hua in a low voice, Senior, can you help me? Of course. Xiao Hua walked into the East Room and came out again in a moment. He smiled and said, Is there anything else you want to take? Of course. Xiao Jian pointed at the pots, bowls, ladles, basins, and water tanks on the stove and said angrily, These were all bought by this disciple. I can't leave any of them to those bald donkeys. Huh? Xiao Hua laughed involuntarily. He walked in front of these things, and with a wave of his hand, he put them all into his storage bag. Seeing Xiao Hua's methods, everyone was stunned and looked at Xiao Hua with reverence. Master, Yuanya jumped down from the banyan tree. Obviously, he couldn't go up the mountain path and could only climb from the side. Seeing that the things in the courtyard were gone, he asked curiously, Are we moving to Shao Jin Temple? Bullshit. Xiao Jian couldn't help but scold. I am moving to Yunlin Temple. What did that old bald donkey lose Yunlin Temple to us? Yuanya was stunned. Immortal Master Lu Yi, who had been looking at Xiao Hua and didn't know what to say, finally made up his mind. He took the opportunity to kowtow in front of Xiao Hua and said, I know that I am of a despicable background and my actions are also despicable. I don't ask for anything. I only ask to be a servant in front of a mortal master and serve a mortal master's daily life. Oh, Xiao Hua smiled. He pointed at the main hall and said, Weren't you doing well there just now? In the future, when Shao Jin Temple takes over Jiangchao Temple, there will still be people guarding it. Wouldn't it be better for you to be a guard? Immortal Master, please don't mock me. Lu Yi said embarrassedly. Previously, I thought that these villagers came to our Jiangchao Temple to thank Daoist Shao. Wasn't I collecting money for Immortal Master? Since they want to give it to Shao Jin Temple, what does it have to do with me? I even fought with Shao Jin Temple's Jianhong before. If I enter a Buddhist sect, won't I be bullied to death by them? Besides, at this point, Lu Yi was a little hesitant. He lowered his voice and said, I've caused so many troubles, and I'm at the edge of the Liao River. If someone or an evil spirit comes to make trouble for me, who can I reason with? Immortal Master, please pity me. Following Immortal Master, I can also have a way to survive. Oh, Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows. He looked at this exceptionally clever youth with some astonishment. He didn't mention the relationship between the Water Clan and Xiao Yun. Lu Yi was able to deduce the truth from just a few words. It was really beyond his expectations. Seeing Xiao Hua's expression change, Lu Yi immediately knew that he guessed correctly. He hurriedly kowtowed and said, "Immortal Master, please save me." "Get up." Xiao Hua thought for a moment. He knew that he was new here and didn't know anything about hidden immortal continent. Having such a clever follower would definitely be useful. He nodded and agreed. "Many thanks, Immortal Master." Lu Yi was overjoyed. He hurriedly jumped up from the ground and rushed to the main hall. Xiao Hua saw Lu Yi run to the front of the mirror box. He couldn't help but ask anxiously, "What are you doing?" "Immortal Master, this is Jiang Chao Temple's thing. If Xiao Jin Temple doesn't come, this thing is ours." Lu Yi's hand was already on the mirror box. "Put it down." Without waiting for Xiao Hua to open his mouth, Xiao Jin roared, "This is what the benevolent masters consecrated to Guanyin Bodhisattva, not Taoist Xiao. If we take it, we will dirty our hands. Even if we leave Immortal Town, we can't let Xiao Jin Temple's bald donkeys point at our backs and curse us." "Yes." Seeing Xiao Hua slightly shake his head, Lu Yi reluctantly put down the mirror box. He seemed to regret that he didn't take some in advance. "Damn it, if we don't belong to the same family. This kid is the same as me." Xiao Hua bitterly smiled and also felt helpless. "Master." Without waiting for Lu Yi to come out of the main hall, another person kneeled down beside Xiao Hua. If it wasn't Yuanya, who else could it be? "What are you doing now?" Xiao Hua originally had a bitter smile, but now he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Disciple also wants to follow Master," Yuanya honestly replied. Xiao Hua was displeased and coldly said, "Now that your master is in trouble, why don't you follow your master to protect him? Why are you following me? With your character, how can this Xiao take a liking to you?" "Master." Yuanya's expression changed greatly. He carefully said, "Disciple." "Disciple didn't say that I won't protect Master. But if Master leaves, where will Disciple go to find Master? Disciple really wants to follow Master to cultivate. When did this Xiao become your master?" Looking at Yuanya, who didn't have a trace of a heart, Xiao Hua indifferently said, "Yes, Disciple won't call you master in the future." Yuanya immediately replied, "This Xiao goes east, your master goes west. Where are you going?" Xiao Hua continued to ask, "Disciple." Yuanya was stunned. After thinking for a long time, he shook his head and said, "Disciple doesn't know." Lu Yi, who was at the side, had already walked to the side. He was only anxious for Yuanya. He already knew that Xiao Hua was benevolent. As long as Yuanya said that he would follow his master to the west, and then expressed his determination to cultivate, perhaps Xiao Hua would leave behind a method to find him. Although it wasn't possible now, it might not be impossible in the future. Although Yuanya's answer was a bit better than Xiao Hua's answer, it was easy for people to associate him with indecisiveness and hesitation. "Senior, let's go down the mountain first." Xiao Jian looked at the people who didn't even want to go to the main hall and only looked at them. He felt very bored and asked Xiao Hua in a low voice, Let's go, let's go." Xiao Hua waved his hand and walked out of the Jiang Chao Temple. Going up the mountain was difficult, but going down was easy. The people who had just left had already left, and those who had not yet left were still within the Temple of River and Tide. Xiao Hua brought the three of them and calmly walked down the mountain path, and no one stopped them. Originally, there were some people who looked down on Taoism, but after witnessing Xiao Hua's art of flying the heavens, they naturally did not dare to roll their eyes. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Xiao Hua was a bit stunned. His appearance in the Longevity Town was abrupt. He was inadvertently fished up by Xiao Jian and Yuanya from Liao River. He didn't have any origin. If he wanted to go to paradise, then naturally he wanted to go to paradise. But where is Elysium? Xiao Hua stopped. Everyone stopped as well. Looking to the left, it was the direction to Longevity Town. Xiao Hua smiled and didn't think too much about it. He turned and walked to the right. Who cares where the right led to, as long as it didn't lead to Longevity Town? However, after walking for a while, Xiao Hua looked back and saw that Xiao Jian was walking right behind him. He couldn't help but smile and say, Taoist Xiao, where are you going? I. Xiao Jian smiled bitterly. This junior also doesn't know where to go. Let's leave this longevity town first. In Xiao Hua blinked his eyes, then looked at Lu Yi and said, Do you have any silver in your pouch? Go to the town and find a carriage or something. Chapter 32:25. Oh, Lu Yi stared blankly, then immediately understood. He hurriedly said carefully, Good. Immortal Master knows that this little one has used all the silver on me to treat Xiao Yun's illness. I didn't leave any behind. Junior has some here. Hearing this, Xiao Jian took out a few pieces of silver and handed them to Lu Yi. Brother Lu, I'll have to trouble you to find a slightly bigger carriage. Yes, Lu Yi took the silver and quickly ran towards the town. Although the people of Longevity Town would definitely be very flustered after surviving a calamity, with Lu Yi's intelligence, Xiao Hua didn't feel that this would be difficult. Senior, let's go and wait. Xiao Jian seemed to be unwilling to stay in Jiangshao Ridge for a moment longer, and said to Xiao Hua very respectfully and anxiously. Xiao Hua didn't reply, and slowly walked along the main road. Xiao Jian followed beside him, while Yuanya drooped his head and weakly followed behind the two. After silently walking for half a cup of tea's time, seeing that there were still many people walking towards Jiangshao Monastery, Xiao Jian couldn't help but spit on the ground and fiercely said, Damn it, I've worked so hard in Jiangshao Monastery for so many years, but I've been biased towards this group of bald donkeys. Just treat it as a gift from me to my son. Then, Xiao Jian saw that Xiao Hua was calmly walking in front without any trace of anger. He quickly walked a few steps and said with a smile, Senior, you're my Taoist senior. Naturally, you wouldn't care about this. However, Junior has been here for many years and has already treated this place as my home. Now that I'm suddenly leaving, I'm really reluctant. Fighting with the heavens and earth isn't as fun as fighting with the monks of Xiao Jin Temple. Xiao Hua knew that Xiao Jian wanted to talk to him, so he simply opened his mouth and mocked him. Hearing this, Xiao Jian unconsciously rubbed his head and said embarrassedly, Senior is right. I've fought with these bald donkeys for so many years. I'm indeed reluctant. Hearing this, Xiao Hua didn't reply. He understood what Xiao Jian was thinking and wanted to see how Xiao Jian would open his mouth. Senior, after a moment of silence, Xiao Jian said again, May I know where Senior is going after leaving Longevity Town? The Buddhist sect's paradise. Xiao Hua looked into the distance and said indifferently, What, Senior? Senior wants to go to the nest of those bald donkeys? Xiao Jian's face turned pale with fright as he hurriedly said, I heard that the Pure Land is filled with baldies. You are a senior of my Taoist sect, an enemy of the Buddhist sect. If you go there, will you still be alive? Of course, this junior is not doubting your cultivation. It's just that 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Do you know where Elysium is? Xiao Hua turned his head and asked Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian shook his head honestly and said, Junior only knows that the Western Paradise is in the south. When we reach the border of the hidden immortal continent, we just have to cross the eastern and southern seas to reach there. However, as far as I know, the distance from the Longevity Town to the eastern sea is hundreds of thousands of miles. The eastern sea and the southern sea are millions of miles wide. There are many demon beasts in the sea, and they are 100 times more powerful than the water clan we saw today. Senior, if you want to reach the ultimate land of bliss, it will be very difficult. Sai, that's right. When Xiao Hua heard this, he nodded inwardly. Xiao Jian was right. If he didn't recover his cultivation, it would be impossible for him to head to the Western Paradise with his current strength. Right now, the most important thing for Jihao to do was to purify all the earth crystal Yao milk in his body. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's eyes brightened as if he thought of something. He turned his head and asked Xiao Jian, Taoist Xiao, where do you want to go? Actually, Xiao Jian clenched his teeth. He turned his head and looked at Yuanya, who seemed to be thinking about something, and said, I won't hide it from Senior. What you said before was extremely right. Junior doesn't have the power to protect himself. Back then, I saved Yuanya so that he could protect me. However, after being with Yuanya for so many years, Junior has long regarded Yuanya as my own nephew. Junior doesn't have any ability. If he wants to follow Senior to cultivate, Junior is also extremely willing. However, Senior also said that if Senior goes east, Junior goes west. Yuanya doesn't know how to choose. However, if Senior goes east and Junior also goes east, doesn't that mean Yuanya doesn't have to choose? Ha ha! Xiao Hua laughed loudly. He shook his head and said, I can go to the ultimate land of bliss. Can you go too? Yes, Junior naturally can't go. Xiao Jian said respectfully. However, if Senior goes to the hidden immortal continent and Junior follows Senior, won't Yuanya also be able to ask Senior for advice? Since Senior can take Lu Gu as a servant, why can't you take Yuanya as a servant? Although Lu Gu is clever, he doesn't have a good background after all. He thinks too much in his heart. He can't be compared to Ya's simplicity and seriousness. Xiao Hua smiled. Actually, you don't have to go east. You just need to let Yuanya follow me. Why go through so much trouble? Xiao Jian smiled and said, following Senior, not only will I have Yuanya's protection, I will also have Senior's grace. If Junior doesn't follow Senior, then I would be crazy. Xiao Hua's mouth twitched. He actually became this guy's bodyguard. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and asked, oh right, Xiao Jian, do you still remember Lu Town that I asked you about this morning? Lu Town? Xiao Jian was slightly stunned and immediately nodded. Yes, Junior remembers. Could it be Senior wants to go to Lu Town? That's right. Xiao Hua nodded. Others don't know about my origin, but you and Yuanya are very clear about it. How about this? Yuanya? Yes. Just when he heard Xiao Jian say that he wanted to follow Xiao Hua, Yuanya's eyes lit up as if he was alive. Now that he heard Xiao Hua's call, he hurriedly answered. If you help me find Lu Town, I can consider teaching you some spells. Xiao Hua said indifferently. Hearing this, Yuanya was really ecstatic. Almost without thinking, he knelt on the ground and shouted, Disciple understands. Disciple will definitely help Master find Lu Town. When did I say that I want to accept you as my disciple? Xiao Hua smiled and said, I just want to teach you some spells. A teacher for a day is a father for life. Yuanya said excitedly, This is the first sentence that Master taught Disciple. Disciple has not dared to forget it for so many years. A teacher for a day is a father for life, alas. Xiao Hua's heart was suddenly touched. In his mind, he instantly thought of the words he said before his death in order to use the blood curse to entangle Shan Shengzi and Taoist Dui. Disciple said, wrong? Seeing Xiao Hua's gloomy expression, Yuanya's heart suddenly tightened and he hurriedly asked, No. Xiao Hua's expression was very amiable. He looked at Xiao Jian and said to Yuanya, Tell me, how are you going to help me find Lu Town? Yuanya's face turned red. If he had to fight and kill someone, it would be an easy matter. But to find Lu Town, he really didn't know how to do it. Xiao Jian looked at Yuanya's embarrassed expression and smiled. After a moment, he smiled and said to Yuanya, In fact, this matter is very easy. You only need to buy a map of the hidden immortal continent. Of course, this map must be extremely complete. All the towns and villages in the continent must be recorded. As long as you search one state at a time, one country at a time, you will definitely find Lu Town that Senior wants to find. Oh, not to mention Yuanya. Even Xiao Hua was stunned. Xiao Hua had never thought of using a map. Disciple understands. Thank you, Master. Yuanya was overjoyed. He turned to Xiao Hua and said, Disciple will help Master find the map first. All right. This old man's words always count. Xiao Hua smiled. No matter what method you use, it's fine. Thank you, Master. Yuanya almost thought that Xiao Hua was giving him a huge opportunity. Xiao Jian, Xiao Hua asked again, Are you sure that there's a map of the hidden immortal continent? Of course. Xiao Jian smiled and said, when every country was founded, they would draw a map of their territory. Every town and village would be recorded in it. These maps would inevitably be leaked out. When people with intentions took them, they would gather them and naturally form a map of the hidden immortal continent. Not only the hidden immortal continent, but also the Western Paradise and Thousand Demons sacred realm. Senior can rest assured about this. So that's how it is. Xiaohua secretly nodded. In addition, if Senior really wants to go to the Western Paradise, then you should also find a map of the Western Paradise. Xiao Jian naturally didn't think that Xiaohua would really go to the Western Paradise, but he still reminded him. Master, the map of the hidden immortal continent. Suddenly, Yuanya realized and shouted, how big is that? How can a piece of paper draw it? Xiao Jian smiled, looked at Xiaohua and said, ordinary people naturally can't, but us Taoists and Confucians have ways to do it. Jade Eyes, Buddhist archives, and bee skins can all record a lot of things. Oh, hearing this, Xiaohua was somewhat surprised. He had heard Chu Muhuan mention about the Buddhist archives and bee skins in the Western Ocean, but he had never seen them before. Now, it is the hidden immortal continent, and this is a small longevity town. Xiao Jian actually knows about these things. Seems like Xiao Jian's story is really thought-provoking. Suppressing his curiosity, Xiaohua opened his mouth again and said, then where should I find the map of the hidden immortal continent? Xiao Jian looked at Xiaohua somewhat strangely, as if he was very puzzled by Xiaohua not knowing where to find the map. Moreover, he also felt that Xiaohua didn't seem to know anything about the hidden immortal continent. There's nothing strange about it. Xiaohua noticed Xiao Jian's gaze and said indifferently, I was originally a rogue cultivator who lived in seclusion. Later on, I met an enemy and was injured by the enemy's magic treasure, so I hid in the origin stone to hide. Now that I have woken up, I don't know how many years have passed. Things remain the same, but people have changed. There are too many things that I don't know. Yes, this junior knows. This was the first time Xiaohua told Xiao Jian about his origin. Although it was still vague, seeing that Xiao Jian didn't dare to ask more, he hurriedly replied, if Senior wants to find the map, the closest place to here is the Copper Pillar State. Oh, the Copper Pillar State that you and the Cloak Gang's leader talked about that day? Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, you have a good idea. Even if I can't find the map, you can still trade your origin stones there, right? You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.